muted? I don't think I'm muted. Could have been that my microphone was all the way over there. Good morning. I'm not muted. How's everyone doing today? Everything looks pretty fucking good in the pre-market. People who played the long side of Tesla are winning big. The Chinese markets did not do well last night. So I've been watching Baba for a turnaround. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it still might fill that downside gap. AMD starting to look very good this morning. Caterpillar actually murdering it. Opened up at 242.13. So I think it'll continue to push up. Visa looking like a nice recovery and probably another pushback to 220 today. You know, GME I think is just going to open up a little. Like we're going to have like a morning spike. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I feel like we're going to come down for the rest of the day unless we see some positive delta flow in, some call interest. Yeah, I saw the RC tweet. Thoughts on the... I don't know why he's so interested in inflation. Both of the businesses that he bought into profit greatly on inflation. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe he just doesn't like the Fed. Yeah, the new rule essentially just creates another CNS pipeline for them in a way, allowing them to offset obligations and clear them at a later date without affecting the market volatility. Still means they have to be covered. It doesn't change counterparty risk. VWAP hat is being washed, so Baba has exposure to both markets. I made more money playing Tesla options than any other stock. You're not the only one. Can we zoom in on the open? Sure. There. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Melvin had to close their fund. I have no idea how this is. One I bought. How do you wash your hats? Asking for me. You can buy like a... It's like a little hat rack thing that you throw in your dishwasher. And then you let them air dry. People won't buy video games if they can't feed their kids. You'd be surprised. Entertainment tends to be one of the larger family expenses during uh periods of depression, especially if there could be a lot of value gained from that entertainment, like video games. Video game spending from like 2008 to 2013 was pretty high given the state of the economy during that time. It also had to do with developments in the technology and stuff that made it more popular, but um yeah. And same thing in the Great Depression with like Nickelodeons and movie theaters that did extremely well. Yeah, a lot less travel. Finger hype for today. Thanks, Cage. No view up hat, no $1 million donation. That's fine. Keep it. With Melvin bowing out, what happens to their obligations if they file Chapter 11? Do they just disappear in the bankruptcy? Seems pretty timely with the split potential on the horizon. Um, sort of. I mean, they still have to satisfy those debts, right? So their assets would be liquidated, um, and their creditors, lenders, paid off. My grandparents used to watch SpongeBob after a hard day of tilling the turnips in 1930s. Yeah, I'm washing the other hats. You guys would know about the new hats if you watched the Twitch. Um, are you still looking for signs of a potential default early next month? I mean, of course. Spy test 452 today, likely. What mean Twitter 13D? I didn't see it. What happened with Twitter? 156 significant today? 156.50, which was our previous high, is significant. So, fun story with the Costa hat. Um, my buddy who lives there was walking along the beach like 2 days later, and it was there, and so he found it. I'm gonna get it back. I don't know if I want it. It's probably full of salt and smells like fish, but you're gonna get a decent dividend from Cat. My position's all options. Yeah, thank God SS predicted all that crazy price action yesterday. Ooh, if they weren't there to time Ryan Cohen's announcements, I don't know what I would look to for my baseless hopium and speculation. It might just be you, Walford. So Rad is kind of interesting. I might I might flip to like a leap position there. Um, the Spear Point or whatever the fuck they're called, who is trying to buy them out, um, said that even though the board declined their tender offer, They're considering making like a direct hostile offer to shareholders. In which case, I expect the market to price that in, which is compelling. Since that guy mentioned Sherwin Williams, I'm not noticing them all over my city. You're not noticing them? Can't read it on my phone. Too small. Anyone else? Oh, I mean, who cares? It's already been announced so many times. Any opinion on Nvidia? I mean, all of the chip manufacturers are like overweight and trading way below value. So, I mean, Nvidia should probably be worth like 310 a share. Um, and a lot of that has to do with the supply chain issues, which is now starting to get resolved as we see the price of GPUs dropping in the market, which could be interesting. Hey, look, it's the morning spike thing I told everyone about. What's the best way to get out of underwater Tesla covered calls? You carried covered calls into earnings? Fuck. You can roll them. That's the best way if you want to protect your shares. Otherwise, let them assign and buy back in when it's cheaper. I want to get 0.69 AMD shares, and if I don't retire by 520, I'll blame you. Of course you will. SSC options chain looks wildly manipulated. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. It should be trading at 1125. Um, the fact that it's not is strange. And the market maker seems to have locked the price at 14. Um, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen there. There's still FTDs due. A lot of them. Insider selling plus official short volume produces a number that like 1.2 million greater than the reported 419 volume. Is this crime? Interesting. I wonder if warrants are exercised via OTC, so it's not printing to the exchange tape. It's possible. I'd have to look into how that works exactly, but makes sense in practice. Fuck you, Dan Almighty. And your Philadelphia wife, you son of a bitch. Did you check out new rule proposal we talked about yesterday? Yeah, I already answered that question this morning. It's just another loophole. It's not huge or a MOASS killer. It's no different than what they're able to do already. It's just maybe slightly easier. It's essentially building out total return swaps into the NSCC so they don't have to obfuscate their short position, but it doesn't change counterparty risk. So I mean they still owe someone money, shares still have to be bought. Also, it's not approved. So see how that goes. I can see lenders not liking that. This is a nice dip. Listen, you can get AMD at 95, you can get it at 93. You might get it at 88 if you're super fucking lucky, but relatively, it doesn't matter. The company's worth like $165 a share. It's trading at almost half its like actual valuation. So do with that what you will. When will Netflix bounce back? How high? We'll see. I think Netflix might have a bit of a rough day. Back down to 222. Had a little bit of interest overnight though. I mean, longs are going to snap it up at these prices. I'd give yourself some time. I have 225s right now, but they're for May, so I've got a little bit of room on those. A shot in my cat's litter box. Is this the same like Wall Street crime? Sure. Poor cat. Lenders make a lot of money from calling back their shares, right? If you're long, right, and you lend out shares, and you wait for periods of high volatility or big news, and then you call them back, that drives further price action in the price of the underlying, right? So, maybe it would have gone up to here, but because you recalled your shares, it now goes up to here, and you can sell up here. Why the fuck would you want that not to happen? So I don't know if the rule's going to get approved. Yeah, I know Ackerman left Netflix. You check Discord. I'm making you earn membership dues. Fuck that. If you send me a wall of text again, I'll ban you. Congratulations on your profits. Don't send me arbitrary fucking life stories in the middle of the night. I don't want to hear that shit. Netflix dropping 30% is arguably not that crazy of an earnings. Tells me that speculation party is starting to end. They just increased their sub prices, so decline in subs is expected. Yeah, I'm not really concerned. And if they crack down on, like the extra million households using their service that aren't paying for it, you figure at least 25% of those will probably resubscribe and pay their own dues, right? What would you prefer, 100 XYZ or 1000 barbecue? Both have a total value of 10,000. What are you talking about? I've already got 3/4 of my life story typed up. Fuck you, Fluffy. If you were Ken Griffin right now, how would you try to avoid share recall slash share dividend obligation? I don't think Ken Griffin's on the fucking hook for the share recall. Something you need to understand about Citadel is that they are not a net short fund. That is not part of their strategy. They're a volatility fund and a market maker. They don't give a shit. Just hedge it whatever way it goes. There's a reason that Melvin fucking almost went bankrupt last year and Citadel made $7 billion. just on volatility. Elon, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. Reading chat is like being in a lock-in on a night bus. When Tesla rug pull? I don't know. Probably soon enough. 1150. They didn't sub in the first place. What makes you think they'll sub after? There's way better streaming services. Are there? They're just kind of on a rotation. Those will all run into the same stagnation issue. You did the stream today, so apologize if this has been answered already, but I'm wondering if you could weigh in on the NSCC rule. Value your insight. I already did earlier. If you rewind the stream, I mean, there hasn't been that much of it yet. And just play it on 2x. You'll run into it pretty much right away. YouTube shadow ban the VWAP hat. No, it's just being washed. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in what comes out of the global economic summit thing that he's attending. Watching since day 4. Finally bought my first contract last week. 18C, August BBBY. Wish me luck. Also ignored your advice and YOLO'd on weeklies. Congratulations, Vester. Thanks, man. They said Elon to at least be a billionaire or a pigeon whale. Well, you know, he doesn't want his shareholders to think he's being frivolous with their money. Do you think the best chance for recover her 20s for BBY will be next OPEX? Can you rephrase that? Matasso? Silva may not have made 7 billion like Citadel, but it's still run by the finest investor of our generation. Has it already been a year? Close. Real close. Yeah, I don't think Citadel's at risk at all. Aside from volatility squeezes, which they've changed the rules to protect themselves against. It puts on Activision, earnings are 425 pre-market. Aren't they being bought out by Microsoft? Why would their earnings matter? It's not like Microsoft's going to change the deal. No, it's not likely. Maybe people will all cancel their streaming services and go back to cable and realize it's $200 fucking a month for nothing and commercials. How can we make money off volatility like Citadel? You can't. It's not bad juju. Do you think I've never cleaned it in all this time? Only 425 likes. Everybody liked the video like I did. Thanks, Farmer Jed. No other car manufacturer will ever be able to touch Tesla's 30% profit margin and flexibility, so the market is starting to price that in. Betting against the trajectory is dangerous as fuck. It's fair. competition will come in eventually, but yeah, trying to time the bottom of Tesla is about as stupid as trying to time the bottom of the market. Do you think we will have to wait till OPEX to see BBY at $20 again? Maybe. I don't think so. 20 is just not that unattainable. Elton's starting to enter a rad leap position around 7. I don't hate it. Probably cut my losses on that, by the way. Trading a little higher than average volume today. It's interesting. I kind of want to hold a position here for a little while and see what happens. Because I mean, it's already bottomed out, right? Like this fucking price point. It's not going to go much lower. But with them saying they're going to move forward with a hostile tender offer, it's interesting. Snap earnings are today, right? Snap's pricing in a pretty big price move. It'll be interesting. Has there been evidence of the short hedge funds building up the same obligations, swaps, etc.? Like previous to the most recent run up, seems like time is getting tight for the next OPEX if they're not. Yeah, we're starting to see some dupes coming in yesterday, and the put call ratio is going up. So we're seeing more puts coming in relatively, not a lot, but it's climbing. And we're seeing more dupes coming in, which means they're loading up replicating baskets. At the ideal time, I mean, market open IV today was at 87% for the IV 30, which is low. Build your own MB server, torrent what you want from other streaming services, and bam, no more monthly fees. Yeah, and if everyone does that, no more content. Nothing new ever again. They'll just stop making shit, right? The hope of that for the industry is that not enough people do it, right? Only a few. Kilroy. Another good entry for wheat. Decent, yeah. Under 11's nice. Under 10 is better, but you may not see that again anytime soon. Cat's just looking fucking fantastic. Visa straight up from market open, right over 220. Nvidia, Apple doing a little better. AMD bottoming out again. Hate the shorts. Home Depot looking okay. It's stabilizing at 316. Everything's sort of just doing the same shit today. Stagnation waiting for, I guess, the market to recover a bit. you could buy VIX. Isn't that making money off volatility, or am I taking crazy pills? I mean, that's not making money off GameStop volatility. When's the 1 year anniversary? Soon, I think. I don't know. 1 year of pure Dansanity. Chewbacca roaring. Thank you, Eldan Ring. It's gonna be an upsy downsy, choppy woppy day. Can you tell I've been studying market terminology in my time off? Gamma neutral slid down to like 146, I think. 147. So, um, we'll see if they try to push us below gamma neutral, but that takes a little bit of effort. Yeah, they're actually at 11 months, Fluffiosa. It's just the way the billing cycle triggers that shows it's 12. But it's like 15 days later or so that it actually hits 12 months. That's why the member icon doesn't change. Netflix is talking about adding ads for lower price plans. Yeah, both of their plans are gonna generate revenue, but it could take quite some time to deploy. When are you planning on putting out more school stock content? I've been working on it. I had an incident with my hard drive a few weeks back that kind of put a lot of the work I was doing there on the back burner for a bit because it got lost. So I've been working on getting that all back together again. Maybe something this weekend might be ready. Like the first video might be ready by then if I get time to do it. With the strength of cat right now, does it seem like it would push past 240 with relative strength before correcting? Or would psychological resistances be pretty high there? I think there'll be a lot of resistance there. So I think it'll hit and then, we'll see a sell off, profit taking. Is there still a case for SST? Yeah, although maybe not much of one. Your day one video was April 26th. Oh, okay. I have a whiteboard. I have a program that I can use to track my trades, although I frequently forget to. People trying to catch the chip growth slowdown too early? Possibly. It seems to want to stay in the $16 to $17 range. Too risky to sell out the money currently. I mean, I have some out that are at like 20. You can sell more time on them instead of just selling weeklies, you know. How long do you think until we see 150 again? I mean, we're basically at 150 right now. We could drop below 137. I'm loading up the baskets. Does that mean they're starting to clear their obligations to free them for another impending run? Or rather, ouchie down downs? If they're loading up their obligations, we might see some pretty harsh shorting. We'll see though. It's riskier for them right now. With long institutional interests, it's unlikely that they're going to beat the stock down as hard as they did, in post November. Actually breaking that $62 resistance. Looks like it's gunning for it at least. It's a nice push. Yeah, it might. Good. Same. Thanks for that. Ah, it's a little risky. Maybe I won't. Oof. I think BBY is probably just following the basket. It's super cheap right now. Good opportunity to buy in. I think Ryan Cohen's cost basis is at like $15, so not much of that. In order to avoid selling CCs in my GME, start some PMCCs. In your opinion, would leaps pretty much ignore any short-term bearish action leading up to OPEX, or would you wait? I mean, you either want your PMCCs out of the money or you want your leaps deep in the money in order to protect them from the downside. Is Facebook having side effects from Netflix? Maybe. Did they have earnings? Good morning, Jen. All chip growth concerns are way overblown. I work at a huge semi-design company, and we're totally booked out for 2 years. So if we're not trying to force Citadel into forced liquidation with Jamie, we use respect as short. 0.72, Virtue, Sus. I mean, Sus and 0.72, probably. Susquehanna is commonly a net short fund. Virtue, probably just the same deal as Citadel. Maybe with a little more ETF participation. Ooh, baby boy, 1650 put expiring tomorrow that I sold will be assigned. What do you think are my chances? Do you want it? I mean, I assume you want it to be assigned, right? It looks pretty good right now. It's flat as fuck. Could it run up a little tomorrow? Maybe. I think Snap could triple bottom at 2850 on the daily over the past few months. Triple bottom. Sure, it's possible. I think their earnings are tonight, though, so maybe not. I don't expect their earnings to be super bad. Actually, I kind of expect them to be estimates. How's Tesla looking? Like it's going up. Getting into maintaining my beard properly now. Any advice? I don't know. I don't maintain my beard. It's just there. It's being washed. Target having $5 or more gains a day when you decide to jump back into a trade after you took minor profits initially. When do you decide? Oh, I mean, you usually want to look for a pullback or some consolidation. Target has not been having a lot of that lately. So, sometimes you just miss the fucking boat, you know? It's tough. Take the lesson on following trends and be a little more careful next time with pulling your money out before you're ready to. FTDs are piling up from mid-March. When AMD shorts start taking profits, current trajectory is not sustainable and kind of ridiculous, to be honest, after earnings. Possibly, yeah. Maybe before. We can see it start climbing into earnings. Just call volume will pick up a lot. I'm long via shares right now. I do think it'll come back up, but I'm also thinking that I'd be better off just buying into like $8 leaps. Cut the loss over there, which actually doesn't look like a bad time to cut it right now. X had an interesting morning too. Hmm. Oof. Oh, now we're at gamma neutral. LUV ripping. Southwest Airlines. Grab some 50s. Be a little cautious on the upside of this. I think it's going to come down a little bit. I mean, it might keep going up, but maybe back down to like 49.50-ish before it does. UI analysis would be much appreciated. It's just doing nothing right now. I don't know what analysis you want. There's FTDs that are due on it tomorrow and Monday that are fairly significant. If those don't generate any positive price action, then probably nothing till OPEX. I don't know how much further down they're going to push it. They generally don't drive it down as much as they do GameStop. At least historically. They may have more interest in doing so now. How does BTU look? It's a good question. I haven't looked at it for a few days. Pretty cheap. The market's rallying, so I expect it to pull back a little bit. If it pulls back to this like $25 range, it's a very good price. This is not a short-term play by any means. I wouldn't look at anything earlier than like mid-summer. Mid to late summer. Ideally leaps. Or shares. This looks like it's gonna bounce, so let's see what that does, I guess. So I can get out. I don't have an opinion on the KR gap at 48. It could fill, it may not. It's a big fucking gap, but unless the economy rebounds pretty hard, um, this will probably stay up for quite some time. And you know, inflation and the economy are not currently getting better. They're only getting worse. X dead? X is like a fucking year-long play. It's not dead at all. Jesus Christ. There's no short-term shit on commodities. But when they do go up, you'll be glad you're in them. Now a good time for far dated AMD calls? I think so. I think AMD is super undervalued right now, especially at 93. Is this the second test of this low? Approaching it. Interesting. Kind of looks like everything's ready to either break out or fail still. I have no idea who that is, Strat9. Do you think of buying Snap calls then? I was thinking of buying puts. I don't know how many people who still use Snap. Most people I know are on Instagram and TikTok. Seems biased. But I already have Snap calls, yeah. You got into HD, add the money calls, and the price is 305 for May, June. Thank you for the pick. At this point, what would your thought process be on protecting, preserving profits? Stop limits? Yeah, follow the trend. It looks good. I mean, it hasn't really reached my price target yet. Docu looks like shorts may have regained control. A little bit. I mean, 91 was possible before. I think it's a little risky, though, at these prices. If it doesn't see any kind of bounce here, that's not good. Yeah, they may have. It was a nice run while it lasted. Right now, it looks like it's going to dive a little lower. Yeah, maybe back down to 70 again, even. There's pretty strong resistance here at 92, though. So we'll see. I'll be watching it for a turnaround. I wouldn't buy puts on it, though, because it's right at a pretty strong resistance. Estimated lower price point to buy Netflix at? Fuck. Um, 200? It hasn't been that low in a long fucking time. 2017. But yeah, it could be as low as 200. they're not valuing it based on growth anymore. So, or they're trying to get out of valuing it based on growth because of the most recent earnings and the downtick in subscribers. I could see it hitting 200. It seems unlikely, but Nvidia crashing. Looks like it came down to about 215 and bounced yesterday's low. Not even. There's some support here. SPY failing to break 450 today. Super great. Those are any shares you receive from the split on long-term capital gains shares will also be long-term capital gains. Thoughts on AMD Jan 23? And because it takes your share and splits it, it doesn't create new shares. Problem with BBBY is if they push it any lower, my buddy Greg and I can buy the float with leftover cash from groceries next week. I think they move up to the 2025 or stagnation is more likely. Yeah. I even at these prices, it's encouraging a lot of long buying. You're buying snap puts? No, not right now. Tonight for earnings. I don't know. I don't really have enough of a position there that I feel the need to protect it. No short term on commodities. I'll have you know I ate an entire loaf of bread yesterday. For someone who has dry powder, what plays would you suggest looking into? Mm, what kind of time frame are you looking at? Won a 1.5 million on a lotto ticket that was printed a winner but programmed as loser. Been stuck in courts for 11 years. The wait for MOASS will be a lot sooner than that. That's on the new NSCC rule. It doesn't really change much. A lower price target. It's also not in effect. I don't see Netflix dropping much below 200. Unless it starts to garner a massive short position. Good time for covered calls. Put to call ratio increasing. Yeah, it is. I think the last few weeks have been a good time for covered calls. Open a Tesla put at 1080. Am I a degenerate? A little bit. Have you checked out the BBY FTDs? Yeah, they're not super significant, but IWM FTDs are really high. Um, we'll see how that plays out going into OPEX. But I mean, expect BBY to move similarly to GameStop. Midway through the cycle, we'll start to see FTDs. We'll look for anomalies with those FTDs. I mean, it's not going to be exactly the same. It's got a more liquid float, and there's been some institutional selling lately, which is why we're seeing this big downtick. I think who was it that bailed? Merrill or something, or Morgan? I think it was Morgan. Morgan bailed out, which is going to satisfy a lot of FTDs, right? If there's a big institutional sell. Including 45 90-day out calls, do you still follow your 2% loss rule? Or is that for day trades and weeklies? That's for day trades. And 2% applies to stock trades, not options. 10-20% on options before I cut them, usually. Unless they're farther dated. Weekly YOLO snap call bot. Let's see 50% gap up. There's room to the upside. Stagnant morning on the spot is terrible for the algo. Hopefully we see a $2 to $3 move today so the algo can bounce back. Thoughts on Facebook earnings next week? Think it'll follow Netflix like last time and tank? It could. Might be a fun straddle. I'm playing 95, 90 days out. Adam Aaron had the option to do a split. How come he didn't add the money offering instead? No money generated for him. But because they needed the money to survive. They have to keep the company afloat while they pillage their shareholders. I opened 5 to 6 GME 147C put at yesterday's open. It was printing, but I was scared to use a day trade on it. It just reached 3%. I want to close it today. Which is more important, theta or price? I mean, if you're in the money, which you're not, um, once you're in the money, theta is not going to decay that much. It slows down the rate of theta decay. Um, but you're out of the money, so you're still going to lose quite a bit on theta. We stop saying dry powder. It's the cringiest thing in all of stocks. OPEX is May 20th. Yeah, and then T+2. That's the next OPEX date. But the rate at which they're building up obligations right now, I think it looks more like June. Twin Peaks. What's your thoughts on Google going into next week for earnings? 5, 6, 2,600 possibly? Interesting. Say the upside of it. I don't hate the way 2,600s look right now. IV's not too crazy. A little bit of upside's already priced in, but Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. Is this a good time to average down my 174 cost basis? Or wait? I think you can wait a little bit. I think we might see. I mean, I think we're definitely going to see prices lower than this. 140 is starting to look like a very strong support. Check BBBY. It's running. I mean, it's not. It's up 20 cents. For low volume options, would you trail the bid or ask instead of last? Bid or selling them? What's your loss tolerance on far dated leaps? Do you just add more on the dips? Yeah, I usually cost basis average them over time. How about dry chowder? Did you sell the rad? Yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna buy back in, but I'm gonna buy leaps. Meditation. Thank you so much. Got censored. Always grateful for you, but especially today. It was all in yesterday on GME options after a heavy dose of tweet theory and 420 hopium. This morning, I sold my options mainly due to your daily DD, and it saved me thousands already. Thank you. Also, fuck shadow banning. Ironically, that comment gets shadow banned by fucking Ko-Fi. Thank you, meditation. How does AMD around earnings look? Just steady push up right after earnings, or AMD usually runs into earnings. The after effects, hard to say. I don't think they're going to have bad earnings, frankly. The demand was still really high through last quarter. Next earnings, I'm not as confident in, but this one I think will still be really good. Want to get exposure to uranium prices? Thoughts? Ura? CCJ? No, that's the steel one. U. I think this is one, but I like Ura better. What's Rig doing? Rig looking kind of cheap again. Or fits. I don't think this rally in the market's going to last too long. So, as lopsided as it is, and enjoy it while it does. Baba testing VWAP. I already have some position here, but I haven't fully loaded up because I kind of expect that gap to the downside to fill a bit. It's massive. It's like a $7 gap. And we're right on it, right? So it just doesn't seem like a stretch for it to fill before it bounces. If it does, I'm going to buy into a lot more. But right now, I just have some like 90 and 100 leaps. Nothing crazy. Squint, it looks like BBY is running. Am I shadow banned? Can anyone see me? I see you. Re. Is Twitter poison pill? So like throw salt on Adam Aaron. Long-term suggestions for someone who has some cash on hand, LOL, or wet chowder. Daniel Rocca, like I said, it depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for something short-term, long-term, a swing trade? There's always opportunities, but you want those tailored to your current financial situation. Saying I have money, I want to throw it in some stocks is generally not a great approach to investing. Although I do realize that's how most people approach it. I fulfilled something, disturbance of the force, like neckbeard ring and a galaxy away. Anyone else feel that? What would you buy into Netflix if you're even considering it? I think it'll bounce a little bit in the next few days. So just kind of following the price action down with some calls right now. Um, I'm ready to get out of them if it continues to tank. But I think it'll probably find some support in this like 212 range where it's sort of trading right now. They're pushing a lot of really bad news on Netflix, which is making me think that shorts are building up a position, which could drive the price lower. Oxy is having a good morning. Back in the money. Nice. Sorry if you mentioned that. I was thinking puts for Facebook and PayPal following earnings next week. Thanks in advance. What if they're good? Like, what's the bear case? PayPal's already fucking at rock bottom. So is Facebook. Just because, like, it seems like you're making your investment decision based on the fact that Netflix dropped. There's pretty strong support at 200, Lawrence, and decent support at 212. Buy back 155s and sell 160s for next week. Let them expire and sell on Monday. Do the math. My favorite place to park money is in leaps that are way down for most of their life and then go green right at the end. It's so satisfying. At $5 that I want to turn into 100 million ASAP. Thoughts? I did, Roaring Kitty. I noticed that BBY is running. FTDs tomorrow. Big ones. Big FTDs tomorrow. On the thoughts on the current Intel upside movement. Can it hit 55 midterm or resistance out on 51, 52 range? We'll drop it back down. Thank you as always. Why not just where it is? Maybe 50? I don't really see this moving up to a test of 51 or 52. And it looks okay. Like a nice bounce, but I don't know. Can't think of a reason why it would run up that high. I know they're a beneficiary of the infrastructure bill, but I think that'll take years to play out. HD form a reverse head and shoulders over the last 20 days. No. Could say it did, but no. SST will bounce back any minute now. No, it fucking won't. Wait for Netflix to dip some more. Do you think still long term they can recover? How low do you think they go? I think there's support at 200, but who knows? The bid, Beowulf. I answered you before when you asked. Lots of new members stealing OG names. Lawrence of Arabia, formerly BDiz at Secure and Carl. Wait, what? Someone steal your name? FTDs for GME tomorrow too? No, not really. Since my rad call is only worth $1, my expert plays should just let it expire worthless. Trying to get better at TA. GME likely to 140 today based on the chart. Yeah, like 140, 41 if it can push down through gamma neutral. We're trading pretty much right at gamma neutral right now. So we could just stagnate here. And then, if tomorrow gamma neutral slides lower, we'll move down to it again. Still shrouded in mystery, Sumo. No worries, Beowulf. All good. I have AMD 105C for July 15. I've averaged down, but still down about 30%. Would you be concerned? Thanks for all the info. Not particularly. As long as the market remains stable, I think they'll have good earnings. AMD's cheap at these prices. I mean, you may have to roll forward, but July's are pretty far out. Short of a actual market crash, which puts any long position at risk, I think a bounce back is definitely in the cards for AMD. Everyone's very concerned with that. I mean, if you don't have any confidence in the play, and you have to ask me about it every 5 minutes, it's probably not something you should be in. For me, AMD under 100 is a great deal. Can you check XRX? Thinking paper makes a big comeback because people use so much paper still. Yeah, I mean they do. I mean it's like a decent bounce setup, turd. Some interesting consolidation there on the weekly. Why the fuck did it rip back here in like 2017? Weird. Hmm. Very interesting setup. Big sell-off overnight. Any update on Snap? No, I think their earnings is tonight. Still pretty cheap. Weird that they're driving the price down into earnings, but they may just be trying to like protect their range if they're shorts. Um, Lots of selling going on, but I don't know. I would assume that Snap will do well. Their last like 5 earnings have been overwhelmingly positive. How do you know if gamma neutral slides down? Check it every day. X isn't dead. X is like a fucking year-long play. If you got in, you're $5 up and you're hankering to take profits, that's up to you. More concerned with my DocuPlay than AMD. 105 June calls, so still time holding for now. When did you buy those? Did you buy them on the break? Did you not have a stop loss set on them? Did you buy it like 101 for 105? And you have some time, but it doesn't look great right now. See if it starts to bounce back a little in this channel. I said SPY could test 450 too. It failed 450 pretty spectacularly. I don't know what it comes back down to today. Maybe 445. Still looking at. Ooh, Visa back under 220. Interesting. Paid 85% on a put this morning. Thanks for your daily DD, man. I read it every day. No problem, dude. Congrats. Can they settle BBY OPEX obligations in May and GME OPEX obligations in June? Or do they have to be the same month? They could. They're not even in that many ETFs together. They're in a few, but not that many. Adding BTU on every one of these dips. Yeah, same. I just bought some. Chris McPherson, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gurk.
I'm doing alright, Potato. Doing alright. Airlines. Yeah, why are all the airlines going up today? Southwest is bumping too. United Rite Aid resistance. If it breaks, maybe 140, like 54. So they're just gonna cover all the FTDs at $14. I don't see the value in Snap at a $50 billion market cap. Where do you see the value? I mean, their subscriber levels continue to rise. They added a massive number of subscribers at their last earnings. Like, people don't seem to like it. Like, the general sentiment seems to be against it. But I think that might be like an age group thing. But they're picking up users like crazy. They have a shitload of cash on hand, and they continue to beat earnings quarter over quarter. How would you choose to average down a leap versus buying a leap at a lower strike? Sometimes I do both. It depends on how much the underlying drops. Like if the price is still trading relatively close to where I bought in, then I'll probably just average down the calls I already have. If the price drops off a lot and I can just get in at a lower strike, then I'll do that. Usually the chart indicators like GEX and gamma neutral for other stocks like you do for JMA. Yeah. They're not always as applicable on other stocks. Remember, GameStop, because of its illiquidity, is far more influenced by its options market than, something like Visa or CAT would be. Actually, CAT's not very liquid. Reuters reporting Musk has secured $4 billion in funding for another Twitter offer. Gonna what? Offer them more? 47s are on sale. Not for this week. Ugh. IV's still kind of hot. He's just say they won't reject a higher bid. I have no idea. Michael Fassbender's carrot soup. Over speculation in biotech. Bubble. I don't think the golden cross on the 2 hour means all that much. Kroger doing stuff. Nope, that's Kellogg. And kind of just bouncing back up. That does make me want to look at this. Hold on. Fuck, did I miss Kellogg? Oh well. Involving capital management to restructure as losses mount. Cool. What do you want me to check here, turd? It looks okay. Climbing out. Jesus. It's a good buy in 2020. Isn't that when Burry bought into this? Some masks are no longer required. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You need to fly somewhere. You need to fly somewhere. Are people like intentionally not flying because they have to wear a mask? That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that's not going to sustain a lot of growth. Docu getting pushed through 90. Yep. I do remember Turdford. The ticker to use for VIX Hedge on IBKR. VXX. Yeah, VXX is a good one. You can also use UVXY. You put trailing stops on leaps typically? I mean, yes, but really far out. Kroger's going up. Why don't you ever mention Costco? It's a great company. Should have bought some when it was at 300 years ago. Will it keep going up? Probably, but slowly. I haven't my BBY 1650 CSV has not been assigned yet. It closed under 1650 yesterday and they aren't assigned. Usually they won't get assigned unless it's on a Friday. We didn't close much below 1650. You know, sometimes you won't get assigned if it's like 50 cents in the money. Why bear? How bear? Oh boy is getting served on Netflix. What, you don't think he fucking sold too? Netflix lost like 50 billion in market cap overnight. My brother-in-law has driven from Montana to New York 6 times in the past 4 months because he refuses to fly. Jesus Christ. Do you think Oxy has more upside? Yeah. It's gonna take a while. Okay, I don't hornless. Don't tell me about all your positions. I don't give a shit. Costco's great when you want cheap prices, but ending getting too much food and half of it goes bad. You don't need to give me a live feed of your fucking puts. VXY has options volume way better. Appreciate all you do, mate. Thanks, Dominic. It is leveraged, and yeah, so it can get hammered if the market rips. But when I hedge with it, I'm buying them in the money. Because it's a depreciating asset, so you don't want to buy it out of them. I haven't eaten today and I'm grumpy. I haven't eaten today either, but I'm not really grumpy. Good time to enter my at the money BBY calls for August. Got a feeling the pop is coming soon. I don't think August at the money on BBY is bad at all. Some people still looking good long term. I mean, I expect it to test in like the 320s. So yeah. I'm already way up. That's awesome, bipolar bear. Maybe track back down to 311 before moving higher. There might be another entry opportunity around there. What's it doing? Oh, it's way back. I hope this gets pushed down a little bit. Buy must be coming back up. Stabilizing. 447. I can definitely see it going down to like 446 or 445 today. It's not looking good. J Pow doing words, I'm scared. He's speaking at like a conference though. Like I don't think it's gonna have that much of an effect on the market, right? Wouldn't Rad bounce? Could be a while, who knows? But they're supposed to be moving forward with a hostile tender offer directly to the shareholders, circumventing the board. Can you use sign language? I'm watching. We can't use volume right now. I'm not playing Snap's earnings, but I'm in on Snap. ACB has a function for straddles. Would you recommend using it or buying the options separate? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend using any like set it and forget it functions on Fidelity because they won't get you a good price. They'll just buy. They'll just buy at the ask. So it's better to do it manually. What would a hostile takeover mean for RAD stock and options? I mean, the price would likely rise to the tender offer price. So if they offer 1460 directly to the shareholders, the price would jump to 1460 and then just kind of stay there. Snap likely to fill the gap from October. I mean, that'd be fucking sweet, wouldn't it? I don't know if it's going to trade at that high of a PE, but I could see it jumping back up to like 45 ish if their earnings come in strong again. I mean, I think the company's currently undervalued, so. And they're still growing, unlike, Netflix or Facebook. So they shouldn't be moving in sympathy with those, right? Like Netflix and Facebook growth has slowed and reversed trend, but Snap's still growing a lot. Spy 450 later today, maybe, or not likely anymore. It doesn't look good. It looks like it got rejected really hard at 450. Um, today's Thursday, right? So Powell's speaking today. It could be a little hesitancy due to that, but I mean it's considered like a big event. So, if Powell comes out super bearish, then that could have an effect. It shouldn't, but it could. What's the time frame for Rad bringing the vote to stockholders? There's no vote, right? It's a hostile takeover, so they'd be offering the tender offer directly because they got turned down by the board. They'd be offering to buy directly from the shareholders instead. IV on Snap weeklies is insane right now. Yeah, it's dumb. They're pricing in a big move on Snap, which is weird. Any chance Pell ends his talk with YOLO GME? Probably not. So if I'm gonna play Snap, it's Theta Gang time. Yeah, probably. I mean, at this point, yeah, if you're not already in a position. All my stuff, I think, is pretty far out. I almost don't even want to buy puts because the IV's so high. In playing earnings, how far out do you buy? Usually past 45 days, you'll start to see a decline in IV, depending on how close to earnings I'm buying. If I buy in way before the IV spike, I'll usually just sell before earnings even happens. Before we have lower highs, so lower lows next. We'll find out. Could we have a higher low? Right? Anybody think about neg for earnings tomorrow? Have their earnings been very good? Why is everyone trying to play earnings? Earnings suck. The market's just kind of stagnant, and it's a shitty, boring week. Neg's chart looks okay. Operating expenses have been going up. Bunch of fucking debt. Profits are way the fuck down. You're gonna play the downside of it? Because there's not much left. It looks like shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Newegg does not look good. Good for GameStop. Especially if they start selling more computer components. You mentioned DDS a bit, but just saying it's up 40% in the last 6 months. It just steadily goes up. Slowest short squeeze ever, basically. Is the main risk the low liquidity that carries big downside potential? Yeah. I think me and a few other people in here bought back in like Jan and Feb around like the 250 range. A little lower on some of the shares. The biggest problem is that like there's no options market to stabilize the price action. So it just jumps around like crazy. But they have like $3 billion in real estate before you even get into the business. So honestly, at those prices, it was still way undervalued. What's wrong with your hat? I'm washing the other one. It's drying right now. The morning streamers are pumping earnings calls since Netflix made some people a lot of money. Heard it all morning prior to your stream. Morning streamers? Who are they? Blue. It's a fucking blue hat. Did you stay away from Tesla mostly? I have a bunch of naked calls on it. Dollar cost averaging blue chips is his friend. If you haven't noticed, the bull market is dying. It's full of little spears. But we're not in a bear market, so we can't make a bunch of fucking crazy downside YOLOs. Where's Kool-Aid guy? He's around. I know what it's called, poker dude. Condor market. Britney Spears, Avril Lavigne, or Taylor Swift? I assume in their heydays or now. You have to specify. Nickelback is my neighbor. Does that make me cool? Like Chad Kroger? Where's Ride or Die guy? He's right there. Already up 37 on my rad purchase from roughly 4 minutes ago. Time to get out. I just picked up some $8 leaps, so I'll see what happens. Stop that. Con aggro still looks good. I don't know how much potential it has, but it looks okay. I mean, I think all-time high is like 39.99. Kellogg looks way better. For some reason I didn't even look at it when I was digging into these. Tesla stabilizing at about 1050. What's Apple doing? Apple's doing good. Nice overnight bump. Was anyone in on Apple? Kirk sold me a May 2150cc. Shop bouncing on 500. Is it good prices for it or more impending doom? I think it's gonna probably see some more downside. It could drift up by the end of the week, but I think they're gonna hold that lower end of 18 at like 1750. Moonwind saying cringe all the time is cringe. Yeah, I was thinking the downside on neg, but it's been pummeled already. Yeah, it's already kind of low, but I mean, it'll probably go down further. I don't think their earnings are going to be super great. Snap weekly 25 CSP safe. Do you want to buy Snap at 25? Is May 20th enough theta for CVS calls? What's the time frame for this cup and handle breakout? I have them out a little further than that. God damn it. This isn't really a cup and handle, just so you know, if this is what you're referring to. Same on every. We'll see. It should be finding some support in this range, and it looks overall, it looks pretty bullish. So I think it's gonna break higher, maybe like towards 111, 110. Should be enough time. 20 days, 30 days. Shouldn't be terrible. Cutting it a little close, but you sell any HD this morning? I think I got stopped out of my May 2310s, but I still have my 315s and 310s for June. Yeah. My newer data calls had a little tighter stop, so they got stopped out at like 1464. Docu planking at 89.50. That's good. Tips for trading when you're not able to trade all day. Swing trades with tight stops set based on the previous day's price action. Yeah, the time zone's rough if you live on, especially if you live on like the West Coast. I don't know if I can deal with GME dropping to 100 again. Really? That would be exciting to me. Not only would that mean that they're loading up on their obligations like crazy again, but it would just mean another insanely cheap buy opportunity. I'm in New Zealand. Market opens at 10:30 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. Jesus Christ, man. That fucking sucks. Yeah, I would say swing trading with tight stops is your best bet because you don't have to actively manage the positions too much. Holders just want VUPs. Options people just want movement. Holders want MOASS. Options people just want movement. But, you know, holders should be learning how to manage their positions better if they can. I understand that not everyone can. That's fair. Yeah, I don't think it's dropping to 100 again, unfortunately. Did you trade when you were out on the West Coast? Briefly. I paper traded when I was on the West Coast. In locations were split between CVS and Walgreens over the past 2 years. Is it worth looking into? Probably not. I'm really only interested in Rite Aid because of the tender offer. Did you read the NSCC thingy yet? Yeah. What a circle jerk of legal jargon, though. What's the easiest stock you like to trade? The SPY? I haven't traded the SPY in a long time, but I used to trade it every day. Baba down $3 since open. Yeah. I think it might fill that gap, which is fucking awesome. It's so close. NSCC thingy equals what mean? Just another way for them to offset obligations. It's like building. It's like building ETF CNS loopholes into the NSCC, or building total return swaps on failed to deliver positions into the NSCC. So it doesn't really change anything. Like it's nothing they can't do already. It just facilitates the process more officially, which could actually be a good thing because it would mean there'd be more oversight, technically. I sold the remainder of my AMC 2 weeks ago. I bought AMD 116Cs for last Thursday. Lost my premium. Did I do it right? Nice, ride or die. Is PayPal shorted? Yeah. I mean, there's a short position. It's not huge. When more Elden Ring? I don't know. I've been busy with other shit at night. I've been trying to get the videos done for School of Stock. And then I'll probably try to finish up at least one of them by this weekend. Um, maybe tonight I'll stream a little if I have some time. You do a spy day trade stream where you don't talk to us, you just straight trade the spy all day. I mean, I could. Citadel is long Baba and it's China, so of course it's been going down. A lot of people are long on Baba. So is Berkshire. Didn't fucking oh, Munger fucking buy a shitload of it on the last tip. I mean, you have to understand that Baba should be competition to Amazon, right? If they traded at 60% of Amazon's PE, it'd be a $1 trillion company. Munger sold his Baba? Are you sure? Sold half. Interesting. That's rare for them. So he pump and dumped it? Hmm. It's usually Burke's Burke's holding period's like 10 years. I wonder why that didn't get the press that his buy-in did. Well, because it's a pump and dump. Jimmy holding this 146 line? Yeah. AMD daily low. I don't know. It depends on if they try to short it more into earnings, but it could be. Almost double bottomed. Support here. Way the fuck oversold. Holy shit. MACD's starting to turn around a bit. Well, on the technical side, it looks like it's nearing the end of its current dip. AMD is okay at following technicals. Still pretty heavily manipulated though. Yeah, Netflix is coming back up. Yeah, they vote to take Buffett off the board every once in a while. It always fails. You have thoughts or favorites for charcuterie? I mean, if it's got olives and salty meat, I'm in. Manchego? I don't know why, it just works. Those little marinated mozzarella balls. I'm gonna go make some charcuterie. Thoughts on BBY for the day? Seems we're consolidating to 1650, but I'm unsure if it will break up or down. Leaning more to down. I mean, I don't think there's that much room to the downside on it. Like, I don't think anyone's ever getting this stock cheaper than fucking Cohen bought in at. If you bought it, you know, like 16, 18, nice. What happened to your forehead? It's under here. This hat is very deep. Like all the way down. Don't like it. Like sticking my head in a bucket. You don't like putting salty meats in your mouth, Roberto? Bullshit. I'm more concerned about my 500 BBY calls scattered between May and January. What strikes? Yeah, my other hat's in the shop. It gave me a really good boost today. I like the way you're thinking, Joseph Johnson. You should get a green screen hat and have ads on your head. I've been over this. I don't like cooked fish very much. Market looking strong. Top 3 charcuterie cheeses. Goat's cheese with lingonberry. Lingonberry. Manchego. Extra sharp cheddar. Can I keep going? I want to list more. Gorgonzola. It's a nice one. Not as bad as blue. Blue's too much. I don't like blue cheeses very much. Daily being today's designated Fed hawk, saying things like 75 basis point raises may need to go above 2.5%. Nice. They had to have someone come out and say something, right? People were getting carried away with themselves. Havarti's good. I don't like Gruyere I like Gruyere as a melty cheese. I don't really like it as just a eating cheese. Smoked Gouda. No, not fucking Kraft singles. Wensleydale with apricot. Ooh. I mean, burrata is amazing. It's just mozzarella, though, basically. Margarine. Fuck you, man. Thoughts on pork belly? I can't say that I've ever partaken. Try a fig spread and honest on your board next time. Cream brie with blue veins of gork. Interesting. Cambozola. So it's like a camembert with blue. I'll be right back. come bearing. Ah! It's cantaloupe. There's cheese here too. I've got lemon and herb marinated olives, Kalamata and Castellavero. I can't remember what they're called. Pours around the charcuterie. I've got marinated mozzarella, fresh mozzarella. I'm a little light on cheeses right now. I've got some garlic whole wheat crackers, peppered salami, sopressata, and hot capricola. Castelvoltrano. Thank you. I just couldn't remember the actual name of them. I already did the reveal meditation. Holy shit, that's good. QQQ Freefall. Huh. You turn up the mic so you can hear you chew? No, that's weird. Great prep on the snack. Enjoy the hot gabagool and have a nice day. Thanks, sweet and sour. You too, man. It is, in fact, dank meditation. It's still that one fucking guy's fault. He started this talking about his charcuterie lunch. I'm a longtime high-end chef, and I gotta say, I'm frequently impressed with your food takes. If they hire me as a personal chef, but after MOASS, I won't be swinging knives or higher anymore. Good. Fuck cooking for other people. It's a pain in the ass. If it wasn't for the airlines throwing a maskless party, Tesla, the market would be blood red today. Yeah. Pickled cauliflower on a cheese board is the ultimate flex. No one knows what it is, and it looks cool. You know those like marinated hot cherry peppers? I like to put some like extra spice in the jar and put those out. And people think they're grape tomatoes. That shit's funny. I do have an Italian. Well, I don't have an Italian nonna anymore, but I did at one point. And yes, some recipes were bequeathed upon me. The reason airlines are up is because people want to watch Mike Tyson box other passengers on planes. Same like seller boxing? Right, a DD. What are your thoughts on Shop? As a company, I don't like them. And neither does the market. I have a leg of prosciutto di Parma, but I didn't feel like slicing it right now. Hey buddy, is that MOASS thing still possible? Sure. Hmm. It kind of sounds like bulgogi. Google the Jan 23 option chain and walk through how to read it. You have theta, gamma, delta, open interest, which means the number of open contracts, implied volatility, the mid, which is the price in between the bid and the ask currently, percent change in the value per day, The last, which is the last traded price on the contract, and then the current bid and ask. Those are your strikes on the left. Oh, I cut this way too thin. It's just a mess. I'm just gonna have to eat all of it at once. Oh well. It is charcuterie. Not so great, Victor. Is that an inverse Head and Shoulders on the Palantir Daily? Is this a good entry? Do you want to hold it for 5 years? If you don't, there are no good entries, but yes, it is. Interesting. Olga, would you go so far as to say that the market is cyclical? Yeah, shift search updates every 15 minutes. Not so much updates every minute, but from 15 minutes before. That's a better way to put it. The only comment I see from you, Poker DGen, is watching 190 closely. What are you asking? You're asking about the support level on it? Yeah, I would say 190 is pretty interesting. Is this support on the weekly too? I feel like I remember this being like a strong resistance at some point. I almost feel like 85 is less likely. Yeah, I'm playing Snap. I don't really know if I'm playing specifically the earnings. It's a little more long term than that, but if someone made a carbonara and used bacon instead of pancetta, how mad would you be? Pretty angry. Huh. Although I've used prosciutto and guanciale instead of pancetta in carbonaras before. That's just got one for $5. Nice, Zach. Are you using TradeStation or the web app? Kitty Pickle. I think 190 is a better support poker. If it bounces. Part of my bullish thesis on Snap is that Facebook isn't doing too well. I mean, Lucid's like really the next best competition to Tesla, aside from like the major auto manufacturers. Hornless, just because I don't respond to your comment doesn't mean I don't see it. Which I suppose can be tricky. Huh. Guanciale. It's like pork cheek. Pork cheek. Nice, Cornub. You know what? That's the best TA you've done. Guys, big shout out to Popcorn Trader. One of our best analysts here at Pickle Financial on his newest analysis of rig. Beautiful. It took me 6 hours in paint. Tesla back down to 1,000 tomorrow.
It could hold here. They had good earnings. But yeah, the current trend doesn't look very good. That was a tough olive. BTU getting hammered? I know, it's great. Do you have a state of GME update soon? We're looking to go down here somewhere. But we might only go to here. Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. You think Melvin is selling their GME shares? What GME shares? I think GME's a little expensive. I think you can get it for cheaper soon. If we only go to here, does that change your Wyckoff expectations? Yeah, if we find a higher low, that's a good signal. Well, it's a bullish signal. I mean, remember how fast our last reversal was, Yaga? Be careful with that. You don't want to sell CCs from the lows in this. It's very risky. Selling CCs from the highs, solid. Selling CCs from the lows, very dangerous. Do I tithe? You mean like give a church money for nothing? No. I'm not a big fan of paying the taxes I already have to pay. I'm not paying a god tax. I don't trust him. We used to check dark pool volume stuff. I'm not throwing you any signals, man. You've been selling CCs for a year. If you can't figure out when a high is, then I can't help you. Indulgences? Is that like get out of sin free card? I think Schwab's easier to get options approval on than Fidelity. I will not sell shares, you shills. You sold your shares like a few weeks ago. You're a lot of things, Moonwin. Degenerate, terrible trader. But you're definitely not diamond-handed. Thoughts on Cat 250 by earnings? I hope so. I think we're going to see a lot of selling at 240. I think I just heard you say Cat is a decent entry right now. Technically, ooh. The fear is a little slow to pick up. It could be. Although, the first day of SLG is not usually when we saw the downturn. It's usually the Friday following the beginning of deposits. When they have to be completed. Alright. I have all my cashews settled to the bottom. It's annoying. I'm gonna give some tips for you guys on recurring themes I see a lot. One, don't ever buy all of something at once. It's a marketplace. Negotiate. Keep some money on the side in case you see something that you maybe want to buy later or wait for a sale. 2, set up stops. Protect your money. Think of stop losses as tiny little goblins there to keep you from losing 100% of your capital. Three, don't YOLO into slow-moving stocks. With weeklies, lots of people in chat should be feeling attacked. I'm attacking them. This is a direct assault. I've been asked so many goddamn questions this week about fucking AMD. Nobody should be playing the short term on. People getting burnt on X. How are you getting burnt on a steel investment? It doesn't do anything. The thing trades in like a $3 range. No, chasing SST was profitable the first 3 times. I am eating healthy. I just had a charcuterie and nuts. Unsalted nuts. How about don't chase rad? Too late. I'm allowed to have fun once in a while. Fuck you guys. I've earned it. I want to throw away my SPY gains for the day on stupid investments into shitty pharmaceutical companies. I will. Sometimes I wonder how many people would just be in a casino if I wasn't here. You know what? I'm gonna find out. Hmm. Casinos have Wi-Fi. Liars. Thanks for the tips for my Stop Losing Money journal. No problem. Like, I trade some pretty risky shit sometimes. Like, the SPY is considered a risky trade. So is Tesla. Trade, not long-term buy and hold. And you should always have like a 30% stop, no matter what. From the time that you buy that contract, you should never lose more than that. And you have to ride some pretty hard losses on the SPY and Tesla intraday if you're trading it. But you should always have something set up to offset your risk. It's risky to trade the SPY. Just because it's a reliable trade and holds trends well doesn't mean it's not risky. It's considered one of the harder things to trade successfully. Thoughts on selling puts into Snap earnings? Do you want to buy Snap? What if it drops? What if it tanks to like $19? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with buying Snap at 25 when it's trading at 19? That's the risk you're taking. about stop losses on debit spreads? I mean, you can set up stops on them, but you're already at a loss when you start it. It's a debit spread. Am I a good trader, or is Jimmy that difficult to trade? Jimmy has taken countless man hours to analyze to the point where we kind of understand what it's going to do on a day-to-day basis. And that can change in a second. Hey, AMD gunning for that 88 resistance. I think this is in line with its low the other day. Close. 91.50. A little below. Where can I go to learn the risk of selling CCs? The risk is that the stock goes up and you sell it at a lower price, plus your premium. You have to create it when you set a sell to close. Yes. I think some brokers might have an automated like version of that. You don't use trailing stops until you've broken above your price target. Generally. Then you would set a trailing stop and allow it to automatically follow the trend for you. These aren't as successful as, you know, doing it manually, but that's usually when you want to set one. You usually want to set one like 5% from the current trading price. $10 if it's a little more volatile. Majority of chat should buy and read most of the books on your suggested list after using Hooked on Phoenix, obviously. I don't have AMD weeklies yet. What are your top 5 longs, 3 to 5 years? X, BTU, O, GME, AMD's pretty high up there. AMD probably. But AMD, GME, X, O, and BTU are my top 5 big. Those are my biggest long position. 3 to 5 year windows. As a first time investor, was GME a good place to start? Fuck no. But, you know, sink or swim, right? Another risk of selling CCs is the stock goes down and you cannot sell. Yeah. Not so much for GameStop. Most people are kind of long on it. If you're long on the stock, it going down is not really a big risk. Unless it's going down a lot. Like Netflix. If we know what GME is going to do, then why are none of us making any money? I think some of you are. Some of you are not. But that's how that works. There are a lot of people that sold CCs on the run up 2 days ago and bought puts today or yesterday, and they're doing very well. I don't have that much money. I have no money in Palantir, technically. I own shares of it. I'm not happy about it being there. I'll probably own it forever. It'll always be worth $12. What do you think a fair price for BBBY is? Like a fair valuation? It depends on if they can if they put their money towards shedding their debt or not. If they do, like 80 to 110. Nice, Fluffy. So basically, inexperienced traders who jumped into GME in January jumped into a shark-infested waters with no idea of how to swim and a life jacket. Not even a life jacket. But, yeah. Yeah, you can still sell your shares if they're locked up in a covered call. It doesn't lock them up, right? GME fair value 80 to low 110s. 120-ish with the speculative side. We don't have, GPS doesn't have the EPS or the forward statements or projections for it to really be worth more than that right now. Like, we know all these things about GameStop, right? But GameStop hasn't really said any of them. And the market's not going to value GameStop at a higher price until they do. And likely now until they see the results from those improvements. How long would you give AMD calls if you were going to get in now? My earliest calls are like June or July. Isn't selling shares, hedging a CC, a good way to get margin called? I mean, if your stock drops like crazy, you can buy back the covered call. It'll be worth nothing, right? You can just sell your shares and then buy back the call. Even if the call's naked, it's not going to be worth anything if the price tanks. So, say we're trading at 150 and you sell at 155, and the next morning at market open, the stock opens at 130. This is going to be worthless. You can buy that back for pennies on the dollar. Snap earnings is tonight, I think. Why do you think AMD's trading so far below where it should be? All of the chip manufacturers are like massively overweight. Nvidia, AMD, Intel, they should all be trading at much higher prices. People are afraid of a slowdown in manufacturing. There's a lot of shorts. Wheat is getting crushed today. I guess I'm long flour. Yeah, all of the commodities are down today, which is interesting given that the market's not doing very well. But I think we'll see that money flow back into value pretty quick if it continues to dive. San Francisco Fed president just said interest rates to move expeditiously higher. Interesting. Any idea what's happening with rig? Nothing interesting. Oil's going down. Jimmy back to gamma? It could. Maybe a little lower though. I like the bounce here at 141. This is higher, by the way, if this holds and this sustains our bounce. TSMC should be trading well above 120. I agree. Oh, fuck you, Dan, for hire. We kind of absent, but saw that SS is having a meltdown about some new rule. Any comment on that? I mean, weigh it against the hive mind you're talking about. It doesn't change anything, effectively. It makes some processes easier for them, but processes they were already using in the first place. Any pullback from stocks this year? Buying of residential real estate is the main point where the Fed's meets the real economies. Yeah, I don't think the inflation rates are going to be good for the housing market long term. Right now, I mean, the housing market's still surging. It's still in a bubble, but I don't think that's going to last. And I think we're going to see higher rates of default as the economy shifts and people start losing jobs, corporations start making cutbacks. How far out would you sell CCs? For GameStop, I usually keep them pretty close. No more than 2 weeks. Tell me why the market should go up this year. It shouldn't. Is it a bad sign when I see stocks with high dividends trading higher since the last SPY correction? Yeah. It means that money is moving into value, which it's been doing. We see that with Kroger, Target, oil, metals, well, just commodities in general. Things like Cat, John Deere, Home Depot. The Jimmy's actually not doing terribly today. Market maker FTDs are starting to approach our run in March, so they should be picking up, which helps stabilize us, if nothing else. Real estate bubble will pop before or after September. It depends on the rate that its growth accelerates. It's already been rocketing up. I mean, houses that were bought two years ago, people are trying to offload for, double. It's just not going to happen. And interest rates are going up. Did you hedge your GME weekly covered calls with long dated calls or leaps? Just price them at prices you believe to be unlikely to get allocated. I usually have a hedge in place, but I only really hedge them if I'm selling them kind of close to the money. And if I'm doing that, why even sell a covered call? Like, why not just sell a PMCC? I don't like PayPal. I know everyone thinks it's going to bounce because it's low, but sometimes things don't bounce. You know? Not every stock has a spring in its step. I bet it snapped a 14-ish. Interesting. I feel the opposite is true. Barring a market crash, I don't see it losing half its fucking value. How many tests do you think I should do before putting my algo live? Thousands. Who the heck is still using PayPal? Everyone. But, like, PayPal owns Venmo, you know? It's not like people want to actively use Zelle. Zelle sucks. When it comes time to buy back in for Phase E, what would be a moderately safe play? Like 0.4, 0.35 calls for August, assuming start moving in May. Yeah. Even 0.3 shouldn't be that dangerous. $600 IRS reporting on Venmo is hurting it. I'm thinking the best way to hedge against this crash is several $100,000 on SQQQ. Like shares of it? I never understand people always wanting to use Apple Pay. I don't understand the difference between like pulling out my phone or pulling out my wallet to pay for something. Like what's enticing about that? I don't have to carry a wallet, but I do, right? Like you still have to carry your wallet. I can't put my driver's license on my phone. What if you lose your phone? Remember when I thought SQQ was the way? Why would I care? But like, why would you? Who cares if your cards are with you or not? That's all that extra weight bogging you down. I can wear tighter pants with smaller pockets. I don't want the fashion industry taking my pockets away. 20 years from now, pants will just have one phone pocket. What if your phone gets declined and you don't have a second card on you? Amex Platinum? Black card? It's not even hard to get one. You wear skinny jeans? Do I look like I wear fucking skinny jeans? I know. They already stole the pockets from women. I don't want to have to carry a purse. Are you playing? I don't play earnings, George. I don't like them. It's just gambling. You don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Unless you have some sort of inside information, in which case, what's up? It's fancy pants people that want to use Apple Pay. It's because their pants don't have a pocket for their wallet, turd. We just went over this. It's not a dude bag. It just means that you're a dude and your pants are so tight you can't put anything in your pockets. You've gone too far. You're restricting the flow of blood to your important bits. Don't do that. Really, I don't think the fees are that high. California digitized driver's licenses? Interesting. Why won't they let me renew my fucking license online then? I sold my Docu 95s when it tested like 102. I got stopped out. I might get back in or buy puts. I don't know. That $90 resistance is pretty strong. I could see it just chopping right here at like 88, 89. I mean, I'm not in California, but still. Sorry, officer, I can't show you my license because my phone battery is dead. I saw the fees were around 10K initiation, 5K annual. That seems excessively high. I don't think it's that much. Maybe for a business. Maybe for like a business line because you're using multiple cards, right? How do you choose strikes on a buy to open call and put spread? You are certain the stock will move in a certain direction. If you're doing a bull credit spread, well, you don't want to get assigned on the put, and you want the call to print, right? Why is oil tanking so hard? Is there peace in Ukraine? No. It's the one by Murphy, a non C-SPAN lover. All the phone to pay people must be packing iPhones because they ain't carrying around the 2-pound paperweight that's an S21 Ultra. It's not 2 pounds. It's like, oh, maybe it is. Have you covered this? I just tuned in and have a few minutes and back to work. Do we miss our window for a big run up? And is it sideways action for the next runs? I remember end of April. I think M2 Iceman, we're going down right now, but we're kind of in a bit of an accumulation. So descending consolidation, lower and lower volume. Probably looking at a bounce in the next day or so. Maybe next Monday. But we're actually not doing that bad. But yeah, stagnant. I expect a lot of stagnation. Hopefully we see a turnaround in the current trend in the next couple weeks. Have you seen women do the it has pockets with a dress? You understand why men want to keep ow. Son of a bitch. I'm not trying to tell you anything. I was like really sharp in my fucking eye. One sec. All right, I'm back. We're listening to J-Pow? Probably not. I don't even know if we can. Is there a link? I'll listen to it. I don't give a shit. Something to do in the midday. Is that abomination on your head? That's my face. No, I'm not crying. I put in eye drops. I don't know if it's helping. Don't cry, bro. I just hit the like button. If you adjust your hat all the time, it's going to make you go bald. Just FYI. Moonwind, this is not a signal. Does adjusting your hat affect your bald gene? No. It creates friction, which rubs your hair off. No, it's not a signal, you fuck. What's not kosher? I think something's like coming off that hat in my eyeballs. How many hats do I own? 5? 6? Oh, the hat's not for hunting. It's so I don't get accidentally shot on the subway. Still too soon? It's your Home Depot rally cap. No. No, Home Depot's not doing any rallying today. Someone send me the link for the JPOW thing. I'll stream it. I have to go find it myself. Shit. Henkel's knives are mediocre, and self-sharpening knife blocks are bullshit. Yeah, nobody's sending me a link for this JPOW speech. So I guess we're not watching it. Oh, the Federal Reserve has a Twitter? I think it's over. Oh, here we go.
Our policy rate is appropriate, in my view, to be moving a little more quickly. And I also think a meeting.
Minister Miliani, are you more worried about what Fed Chair Powell is doing or about what we're seeing in China right now with these aggressive lockdowns because of COVID as it relates to your economy and the region and emerging markets?
Well, United States and China, the two biggest economy in the world. Whatever happened in these two economies
Humble brag.
have a spillover to the rest of the world. First, I think what Chairman Powell mentioned about the challenge to stabilize the price inflation down definitely will require monetary tightening, and that has been communicated. We are talking about well-calibrated, well-communicated, well-planned. So even though we cannot avoid that direction of policy, at least market as well as many policymakers in the emerging country and developing country need to prepare for this eventuality. I think that's one very important thing. In Indonesia case, back in taper tantrum in 2013, our situation today is much, much stronger. Back then, our external balance, the balance of payment in a current account deficit, and that's why even when Federal Reserve has not yet moved announcing it, it's already creating a huge jittery. Today, Indonesia, again, because of the war, unfortunately, but then creating this high commodity price, Indonesia has quite a significant commodity which is enjoying this high price. It is not appropriate, morally wrong, if I'm saying that we are having the benefit of this situation, but it's our export grew by more than 24% last year. And in this first 3 months, it's actually growing even higher than that. So we are enjoying surplus on trade account as well as on my budget. So we are in a position of strong position in which then this kind of situation, hopefully we are going to be much less affected. Although capital outflow is happening already on the bondholder in Indonesia. And in this case, we've already reduced the exposure of the foreign ownership on our bonds to less than 18%. This is significantly reduced than originally 40%. So create stability. China situation with the COVID and the policy of lockdown definitely create a lot of concern regarding their their growth outlook. Although in this past 2 days we heard from central bank Governor Yigang that they are going to do all necessary to make the growth at least still continue strong enough at the level that definitely also create a little bit comfort, but the implication is going to be very deep. I mean, in Indonesia we implemented this lockdown when we have Delta variant only 2 weeks, and it really erased the growth on the first quarter last year to almost to the negative territory. So I can imagine that if you prolong this kind of lockdown, it will definitely have a huge, especially for a city as big as Shanghai in this case. So within that concern, we are not comparing which one is actually having a bigger impact, but these two very important countries will definitely have a huge impact for many developing and emerging countries. And this is on top of still very difficult recovery for many countries in the world from this pandemic. Although Indonesia output is already surpassing the pre-pandemic level, so we've already 106% above the pre-COVID level. But Indonesia is a few cases. Many is actually struggle, as Kristalina mentioned, they are still under the pre-pandemic level.
Do you have a sense of how much the China lockdowns, especially Shanghai and Shenzhen that we saw, are holding back supply chain even more at this point?
Well, that's definitely, I mean, they are among the biggest port, and for Indonesia as well as in Asia, I think China demand for many commodities very, very important. So either this is going to be disrupt the supply chains within China, that is have the repercussion for the rest of the world, or in this case have a direct impact in terms of the demand for commodity and other raw material. So that is really a concern.
Prime Minister Motley, haven't forgotten about you. Definitely want to hear from you. I think you win the award for the best growth forecast from the IMF this year, right? 11.2% growth. Tell us what you're experiencing. Obviously, there's a big tourism boom, but you've heard about all these headwinds, and I'm curious how you're affected by it and what you're most focused on.
Yeah, I think that the figures you quoted are what we are hoping for growth for next year. But like everywhere else, we are going to have to probably moderate because of the very, very uncertain challenges in the world. And of course, we're not only talking about the war in Ukraine, but we're also talking, as you just referred to the difficulties as a result of the lockdown in China.
I can barely hear
For
her.
us, it is probably the inflation is more of a supply chain problem because excessive demand hasn't really come back as we would like. Our economy fell by about 14% in 2020, as did all other tourism and travel dependent economies in the world in the first year of the pandemic. What we are seeing is literally an increase in inflation. By the end of last year, inflation was regrettably up to almost 6% from just over 2-3% before. So when that is now compounded by the war in Ukraine and the supply chain problems, again with the lockdown in China, we expect to see continued inflationary pressures. And then when you add to that the tightening of monetary policy, that's going to be worse for us, because you have to recall that unlike other countries, the only thing we could really do was literally to increase debt. We don't have the benefit of the fiscal and monetary relaxation that Europe and the UK and the US were able to do so successfully in the middle of the pandemic. We don't have those options. And that is why, for us, the whole injustice of the moment probably relates to the fact that the enormous COVID debt that we've accumulated has now also to limit the space that we have to be able to fight inflation. Because in small economies such as ourselves, small open economies, as you know, the only way we can cushion inflation is by expanding our fiscal position to be able to buffer people. So these things are truly concerning to us. The issue of the debt is even more so. And let us compare, as I have done for the last 2 years, the GSSI and the Common Debt Framework as against what had been done by the G7 countries. And let us also reflect on the fact that we're not going to be serious unless we bring the non-Paris Club actors to the table. The private sector has to come. And we're not going to be serious until we address the issue of the climate crisis and the funding that's necessary, because at the same time that we're facing all of this, we have less than 12 years to adapt to a very, very light ability of a 1.5 degree world. But even if it doesn't get there at 1.2, as you all know, we're already seeing the devastating impacts of the storms and the hurricanes. But what most people don't know about are the droughts and the sargassum seaweed and the destruction of the coral reefs that lead to coastal erosion. So at a time when we need to have expenditure more than ever, there is little concessionary funding available, there's little fiscal space available, and there's an urgent need for us to seriously reform the international financial institutions if we are to be equal to the majority of poor people who don't live, by the way, in poor countries. 75% of the poor people of the world live in middle-income countries that are denied access to concessionary funding and that do not have the fiscal space even when they get funded, and that have been compounded by events outside of control in the pandemic and indeed, of course, with the climate crisis.
That sounds like a to-do list for the IMF.
So much so. Mia, I have a piece of really good news for you. You have been championing the allocation of concessional finance not only on income per capita, but also on vulnerability.
She's the fucking Prime Minister of Barbados.
And today, at the discussions we had, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which will provide long-term maturity, finally financing to vulnerable middle countries, got a big boost. We signed up already $40 billion for it. So one instrument that you should take pride of. When Christine was the managing director of the IMF, I remember you saying to us, there has to be allocation of concessional finance linked to vulnerability. It has happened. But let me take 2 more points of Mia's list.
I think she's speaking on the conditions for smaller economies.
Debt levels have jumped for understandable reason to put
ones with less flexibility in their monetary policy who are relying on tourism.
Since the Second World War.
The value of those combined economies is substantial.
It was easy.
And they're all facing the same economic conditions.
interest rates
like I said
were
before,
low,
if you can't keep
access to financing abundant. For some, it
politics
was cheaper to pay for more debt in 21
whatever the fuck else you have going on out of
rates.
economic conversations,
different.
then you're clearly not mature enough to be here.
For quite a number of low-income countries, some middle-income countries, to hit the wall. And we have to be honest that
somewhere between sexism, homophobia, and racism
by the countries themselves. Do all you can. Extend maturities. If you have currency mismatches, fix it. But also for us, and the IMF has its own responsibility. We have to help countries restructure that early. And if we don't, down the road this year, we may be in a very difficult place. You talked about the 50 basic points. Just imagine what it means for emerging economies if, on top of it, their currency depreciates, which is also possible, and capital starts seeking the comfort of coming
Why not?
here to the United States. Very important problem. And the other one I want to touch
on. You want to YOLO into shitty weeklies? Learn something about what you're YOLOing into.
It is not going away. On the contrary, it is getting worse. For shock-prone countries, this requires for them to take measures to make their economies less vulnerable to these shocks.
Dude,
for the rest of the
Powell
world
looks so awkward.
The support that is necessary. Steve Muliani co-chairs the group of finance ministers that are.
He's just sitting there thinking, "Fuck your puts."
We have to come up with practical, very effective schemes because if we don't,
thank you, Anonymous.
It would be for these countries, for these vulnerable countries, it would be a shock they cannot anymore sustain on their own.
Since we're on the policy discussion, I do want to dive a little bit into monetary policy since we have the world's two leading central bankers at this table. And maybe I'll ask you, MD, who has a tougher job right now, this guy or President Lagarde?
Whoa. Well, they both are fully equipped to do their jobs. And as a result,
I don't know. Powell kind of just looks like a guy whose girlfriends have all found out
can agree
he's
with that.
dating them.
But President Lagarde, so clear, Europe is dealing with sky-high inflation rates as well, highest we've seen in the Eurozone. Why are you not sounding as hawkish as Chair Powell when it comes to raising interest rates and tackling inflation?
Well, first of all, I'm not a hawk. I'm not a dove. And I'm carrying this little owl with me all the time to remind myself that everything that we eventually decide has to be a concerted, coordinated, collective decision. But I think you ask a really important question. And I thank you for that, because it's often the case that commentators, analysts will just put the two of us in the same
This woman is
bag,
the most stylish
and I'm very proud
economist
to be associated
I've
with
seen.
Jay Powell, because I respect him greatly.
I mean,
But
her
our
shit
economies
it's
are
tight.
moving at a different pace. Our inflation are fed by different components. And as a result of that, our analysis of the roots and the consequences of inflation have to be different. Let me just give you an example, and I'll just speak for Europe, and then I'll let my colleague, Mr. Powell, speak for his economy. Given that we have both the objective of price stability, which is the driving compass for us. Our inflation numbers are very high. You're right. 7.4% in March.
That's my
and we
Philadelphia
will be,
wife you're talking about.
more than double above the target at the end of the year. But when you try to understand what comprises that very high number, you see that almost 50% of it is energy prices. So that's a supply shock.
You should listen
that,
to her. By the
we
way.
are taking.
No.
If I look at my core inflation, so if you take out
But I can
food,
respect
you
a
take
good
out
fashion
energy,
sense
I'm
when I
down
see
to
it.
3%. It is north of my target, which is 2, but it is more manageable, if I may. It's actually 2.9% because it's just been revised this morning. So our inflation is fueled by a supply shock. which calls for a particular type of response, which brings together fiscal policies and monetary policy. And obviously, we cannot operate at the same pace, with the same sequence, using the same instrument necessarily when it's that kind of inflation that we are dealing with. So it is much broader based than it was. It is much higher than our target, but it is supply driven, number one, and it needs to be addressed in a sequential, flexible, gradual way, which is what we have begun doing. We have started the journey back in December. We have reinforced that position in March, and we will have a new set of fresh data in June, which is when we have our next Monetary Policy Governing Council, at which point we will have to determine when we stop net asset purchases in the course of the third quarter, of course, but when in the third quarter? Is it going to be early? Is it going to be later? To be determined by the data that we receive. And that will then lead us to assess whether or not an interest hike is needed, and at what point in time after the net asset purchases have concluded.
So you don't have that in your mind, that you'll be raising interest rates, say, in July?
I have all the steps, all the tools, and all the sequences in my mind all the time. And what I look at all the time, too, is the various indicators that are provided by the forecasters, by market analysts, by markets, by consumers, by the labor market, which informs us. Because
it's not as expensive as a platinum necklace.
Inflation is one component that for us is critically important in order to determine whether inflation expectations are well re-anchored at around 2% or whether they are at risk of de-anchoring. So that's what I have on my mind all the time. But
they're moving up a little bit, aren't they?
To be fixated on a day, a time in the day, doesn't make any sense to me, because once we say that we are data dependent, for goodness sake, let's wait until we have the data and then we move on to decide. And we've agreed on a sequence. We have to follow that sequence in the journey that we have embarked upon.
It's almost like waiting to have information is an important part how the markets work.
Do you think so?
So let me say one of the great benefits of the IMF meetings is the chance to talk and collaborate. Christine and me and all of our colleagues talk about these things, and we find a couple of things. First is that inflation is really a global problem. It's quite everywhere, and it's high in most places. But there are differences. There are certainly differences. So in the United States, we have very strong growth, and we have higher inflation, and we have higher core inflation than Europe does, for example. We also came into this. Europe has struggled more than we have with low inflation, well below target, had a much lower policy rate. So we have a different level of underlying inflation. So they're just differences. And of course, we all serve domestic mandates. So in the case of the United States, we have had an expectation that inflation would peak around this time and would come down over the course of the rest of the year to an extent, and then come down further in 2023. These expectations have been disappointed in the past, and so now we're really in wanting to see actual progress. It may be that the actual peak was in March, but we don't know that, and so we're not going to count on it. And we're also no longer going to count on help from supply side healing. We're gonna if we get that, that'll be great, and I think that would be enormously helpful in having a soft landing. But we're really going to be raising rates and getting expeditiously to levels that are more neutral, and then that are actually tightening policy, if that turns out to be appropriate once we get there.
But isn't it going to be hard to control inflation through tightening when a lot of it is coming from the fact that Russia and Ukraine are major exporters of so many commodities that we need? We don't know how long this war is going to go on. We don't know how long China is going to be seeing these rolling shutdowns and therefore more supply crunch. Isn't it going to be harder than normal to get a handle on inflation through your policies? Yeah,
we of course can't affect supply side issues. We really can't affect much food and energy prices either in the near term. So it comes down to what we can do is our tools work on demand. But we have a job to do on demand, and I'll point to the labor market. There are substantially more job openings than there are people who are unemployed. And if you take total employed people plus job openings, that's demand for labor. If you look at the size of the labor force, there are more than 5 million more demand than there is supply. So we've got a demand-supply imbalance in the labor market, and elsewhere in the economy. It's clear, and that comes from a number of things, including fiscal policy, including what we did at the height of the crisis. So there is a demand job to do, but you're right, we can't fix supply side problems.
Do you need the stock market to be lower to impact demand?
You know, I never would point to one particular price or asset or class of assets, but generally the way our policy works is we control one overnight rate, plus the balance sheet also has some effects. And that affects broader financial conditions, and that includes asset prices, include credit availability, risk spreads, all kinds of financial conditions. And the financial conditions, in the end, those are what affect the real economy. So we monitor financial conditions. So there really are two steps there. And, you know, one of the many, there are many different combinations that are possible of financial conditions. And we have seen some tightening from our rate increases, and that's to be expected.
So some people have this idea, President Lagarde, that you guys need to shock the markets to really to start to see more of an impact when it comes to putting pressure on demand and on inflation. Is that something you ascribe to?
I think what we need to do is communicate with as much clarity as possible as to what we analyze, what we see, what timing we have in mind, and what journey we're embarking on. And you know, for us, it's not so much an issue of tightening when we look at the real rate. It's an issue of normalizing monetary policy and using the tools that we have. I think the added dimension that Europe has is that it's a monetary union with the complexity of a monetary union where you have 19 different fiscal policies, 19 different treasuries, and that makes my job just a little bit more complicated.
But you also have the euro, which, because you're moving at a slower pace, is weakening pretty substantially. Is it getting too weak and making the inflation problem worse?
No, we don't target any particular exchange rate. We pay attention to it. It clearly has an impact on inflation, but we don't target any exchange rate.
Minister Miliani, want to move it to the fiscal side of things. We've done monetary policy. As you look at the appropriate policies right now, you know, it's a little tricky because normally the IMF would advocate for fiscal stimulus in a weakening global economy. Can't do that now when we have such a strong inflationary environment. So how are you thinking of the sort of policies to insulate your economy from some of these issues?
Well, first, we are not starting from the situation which is favorable after 2 years of the pandemic, which is widening the deficit and debt for all countries in the world. That's one thing. Second, with the interest rate inflation and the interest rate response, the cost of borrowing definitely is going to be high. So if you are going to continue boosting, this is the supply-demand side in this case. If you look at the recovery in Indonesia case, demand has been now growing very fast. Consumption recover with the mobility because of the pandemic under control. Investment recover. Export is double-digit growth. So we don't have the recovery from the demand side. If it is going to be a problem, whether this can create overheating, but our inflation is now around 2%. So it's
Scarf
much
also
low
ultimate bear fucker.
The problem on the supply side is much more complicated.
Big
as
economies don't want them to go
Chairman
down.
Powell mentioned. If it is related to the energy and food, it politically, socially
I have to
very
pull
sensitive.
all my assets
You
out of the
cannot
markets and
delay
put
on
all my
that
money
side.
into high-risk,
And that's why
high-yield
usually
lottery
that
tickets.
immediately create
I'll be a
fiscal
millionaire in no
pressure
time.
in the form
Oh,
of,
boy.
are you going to allow this shock coming from outside pass through directly to the people, or you are going to absorb this shock through your fiscal policy by providing subsidy, and then your deficit will be widened. That deficit is going to be too costly because the interest rate now is much higher. So this is really not a free lunch or free policy. You really have to be very careful in designing all aspects of the fiscal side. I think from the Minister of Finance point of view, you should not, just like Christine mentioned, you should not narrow your instrument. You have a lot of options. In the fiscal side, you have on revenue
Christine
side.
Lagarde.
So on tax, non-tax revenue, excise, you really have to look at the composition of your revenue, which one is actually strong enough to then you can collect more. And that's why in Indonesia, even during pandemic, we reformed the taxation. We passed through legislation, we harmonizing the whole legislation related to the tax, including anticipating to this global taxation agreement in which we are going to have at least a better arrangement on the taxation across country. The second one, you look at the spending side, and this is exactly our spending in the past 2 years dominated mainly by the COVID-related spending, health, vaccine, treatment, therapeutic. So now when the declining rate of the COVID, meaning that you have a fiscal space, you don't want to squeeze so that the economy is going to weak again. So the same space, but you free up from this health, you can use it for others. For example, infrastructure again. Labor-intensive infrastructure so that you can create jobs because many of them is actually unemployed or reduce their income during the pandemic. That can be done. So expenditure side definitely have a room for that, for you to really do in a much more detailed way what that can create job better, what that can shield this shock. For example, like food security, energy security, infrastructure that can improve your productivity. So that is very important. Then you are dealing with the financing strategy. With this higher borrowing costs, you have to be very careful. So fiscal consolidation is definitely very important. In Indonesia, we're reducing our deficit from 6.1% to 4.5%. We are aiming for 4% and then below 3%. That is the fiscal discipline of the Indonesia fiscal policy in the past 20 years. So we only have 3 years during this pandemic to allow to have the fiscal deficit above 3%. That's signaling to the market that we are on our track, credible enough, so that the market is going to price our bond correctly in this case. So they are not creating excessive punishment only because Chairman Powell said that I'm going to do the 50 basis point how many times. That is going to be something that...
What did he say?
Well, no.
Prime Minister,
because you're asking the question.
Yeah, no. Basically so. Prime Minister Motley, you brought up food insecurity in your
remember,
very
this
powerful,
is
I went back
CNBC
last night and watched it again,
so
inspiring speech at the UN last
expect
fall,
a short lean.
That was before any of this got so extreme because of the war in Russia. So I'm curious how you're thinking about it now and what sort of solutions we can look at.
Well, the truth is that all of us have had to go into a situation where we've put measures in place to boost food security, food and nutritional security. In the Caribbean community, we've set a target, which was there before all of this, of reducing imports by 25% by 2025. And we have an agricultural investment conference coming up in Guyana, which is the lead country on food security for us in the Caribbean community. But I make the point because I heard my colleague Minister just now referring to what has to be done in order to protect our people against these pressures. The reality is that with a high debt framework, as most of our developing countries have, as small island developing states, not because of profligacy, not because of corruption, but
is the Prime Minister of Barbados.
Our balance sheets, the consequences of the actions of others, we feel that the time has now come for us to make some decisions to change it. And Kristalina, you're absolutely correct about the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and we thank you for it. And in fact, it's a right step in the right direction. It's the only step thus far that acknowledges vulnerability, but we need the World Bank and the development banks to go further with us. And the reality, one of the things you said to us at the beginning of the pandemic was that you needed us to to spend the money, but keep the receipts. And we did, in fact, keep the receipts. So it should be easy to identify COVID-specific debt. It should even be easy to identify climate-related debt. But what we need to do, because of our highly indebted situation already, is to put this on another international balance sheet. You can perhaps have a pandemic trust and you can have a climate adaptation trust. But the reality is that what we need is to be able to move it off of our balance sheet, because if it is on our balance sheet, then it precludes us from being able to achieve the SDGs, which is our normal development trajectory. And we really want you to perhaps treat it like the British war debt, if it has to come on our balance sheet. Because if it's coming on our balance sheet, how do you have a situation where the British understood after World War I, they issued bonds in 1914 and 1917 as 30-year debt at 5%, consolidated them in 1932 to 3.5% with no maturity, and it became perpetual debt that they paid off 100 years after the 1914 debt. Now we have to think outside of the box. because it's becoming increasingly difficult even for us to shield our populations with the limited fiscal space that we have against the fact that the cost of debt is likely to increase because of the monetary conditions tightening, and because of the fact that we just simply are not seeing the rate of economic recovery as quickly as we need to. Now, we're confident that tourism recovery usually can come back and bounce back quicker than most, but what is happening with the increased fuel costs will affect the cost of flights, will affect also how people view where they want to go. And you have to ask yourself, and Christine, you're perhaps better in a position to say this, is there still a strong appetite for travel in Europe, given what is happening with the war in Ukraine? And I just hope that we can take the bold and brave decisions necessary, because too many people's lives are at stake. And quite frankly, it cannot be a unidimensional conversation either about what is happening in Ukraine alone. We are totally sympathetic. But what's happening to the people in Tigray? What's happening to the people in Yemen? What's happening to the people elsewhere that are also on the verge of a humanitarian crisis, if not in the midst of that crisis already?
There's a lot there. A few questions. I think you can.
I think Mia is totally right, and I think that we should acknowledge that all wars are horrible, are human tragedy, are causing devastation and economic harm. All wars, and this one is no different, and it is self-inflicted by Russia in a determined and totally unjustifiable way. But all wars are to be stopped. You're completely right. And consequences of war, when you look at Afghanistan, for instance, that's another place where clearly the consequences of wars and years of wars are hurting people and hurting women more than anything else, actually.
MD, did you want to respond on the debt question?
When the IMF was created, the main objective was to help countries correct
fucking move this woman's microphone closer to her mouth.
Undermining their opportunities to grow and create employment. Today, what Mia is saying is we live in a world in which there are exogenous shocks that are harming countries and are putting them in a position in which on their own they simply cannot handle it. And the question in front of us is, how do we recognize that it is not bad governance, it is not bad policies, it is a climate shock, a pandemic, a war
that is
dramatically impacting a country? And what is the role of international institutions to be a corrective force in that regard? During our meetings this time, this issue of what is the role of the IMF in a world of multiple shocks, some of which are because of the evil of man, some of which are because of Mother Nature, but they are devastating countries to a point in which they simply cannot pull themselves out. This is one issue, and Mia is right, we have to work on identifying instruments. We are looking into our debt for climate swaps, a possibility. We haven't advanced it enough. It is still in the universe of retail. In other words, I would do it for you, for your project. We want to move it to performance indicators and the world of wholesale. In other words, we do programs with a country like Barbados. The second issue, though, is that not all problems are exogenous. We still have plenty of problems that come because of poor judgment, bad governance, corruption. When Christine was the managing director here in 2018, early 2019, in these good days that we almost forgot existed, she would say, when the sun is shining, fix the roof. Mm-hmm. What we are now discovering is that many countries did not fix the roof when the sun is shining. Now it is pouring well, maybe now we get to fixing the roof. I would strongly argue that there are many countries where structural reforms related to transparency, improvements in governance, can significantly improve
mommy or
image,
scarf mommy?
attractiveness for private investments and performance. Indonesia has done systematic reforms that took Indonesia now to be in the small universe of countries, emerging market countries, that have caught up with their pre-pandemic level. And I think for us, we should not shy away from the issue of good policies mean better lives of people.
You mentioned the role of the IMF. You know, there is this bigger question right now about the role of globalization in general and the onshoring of manufacturing and supply chain. And it started with COVID, or maybe even before that, and really got exacerbated by this war in Ukraine. And obviously, Chair Powell, there are going to be ramifications of this for growth and for inflation if we are, in fact, in a world where globalization is going in reverse or even dying.
This is good shit.
Well, that is certainly a possible outcome here. I think you've seen questions about globalization, and this series of events around Ukraine certainly has the possibility of leading to a more fragmented political situation and economic situation. You saw Secretary Yellen's speech this week about looking to, I think she called it friendshoring. So I think there's a lot of thinking going on like that. You know, the globalization that we had had benefits to it and it had costs involved in it. And you know, these are really questions more for elected governments, I would say, than they are for a central bank. But there would certainly be a different world. It might be a world of perhaps higher inflation, perhaps lower productivity, but more resilient, more robust supply chains. If we were to have, I mean, the supply chains that we had were very efficient, but quite fragile, it turned out. So. And I think it's not clear that we're seeing a reversal of globalization. It is clear, I think, that it's certainly slowed down, and it may go into reverse. I don't know.
Is that? I mean, clearly Europe's thinking about it in terms of security and things like energy and dependence on that sort of thing. Do you think we're going in reverse?
No, I think we're going to revisit the terms of trade and who we are trading with, and on what principles we are determined to continue trading. And reorganizing supply chains. And, you know, for once, I'm quite happy to actually plead for the case of Europe, because there's always Europe bashing now and again. And I think that the work that we had to do over the last 70 years and the adjustment that we had to make, moving from a small group of 6 to now 27 countries, which are all members of this, you know, single market, where goods, capital, and people move freely, has been a laboratory of a different kind of trade. And it is not easy, let's face it. There are countries sometimes that are drifting, that would like to operate slightly differently, but where the governance, the rule of law, the principles by which we abide when we join the club, keep us together and keep up on track with those key principles that we respect. So it is a bit of a laboratory, and I would hope that as we re-examine and revisit globalization, which has provided a lot of good in and of itself, we can use that experience to see how we can enforce, how we can govern, how we can make sure that everybody is included, that, you know, we don't leave some by the side of the road, but we try to be together and make sure that it is inclusive.
I know it's something you're thinking about a lot. I mean,
yes,
maybe it's a taboo topic to talk about at an IMF World Bank meeting, but this idea of the fragmentation of what's happening geopolitically and the alliances that are forming and how that's going to drive the underlying free movement of trade and people and capital.
We are living in a multipolar world, and that has already led to some frictions and some shifts in trading partners. But I am in the boat of those who say we are so integrated, and if you make a list of the problems that no one country can resolve on its own, it's a very long list, we have to find ways to work together. So what is the question? Are we going to evolve in blocks that are closed and function independently from each other, or we would have some preferences, preferred trading partners, but we will have highways and bridges that allow us to still solve big problems, come on the same page. What was so interesting today in our discussions was how strong the voice of we have to work together was in the room. And it was especially emerging markets and developing economies
Kristalina
that said, hey,
Georgieva.
we have achieved so much because of this
She's the
integrated
former
global
CEO of the
economy.
World Bank.
It is
And was
irresponsible
the president
to make
for a
the
while
world
too.
poorer.
She was
And actually, Sri Muliani
vice president
so
for
well
budget
that
and human resources of the European
the quality
Commission.
of our world, not just the quality of our economies, that is at stake. But it is more difficult, and it makes my job even more important in finding place for all of us to agree. You probably have heard the story of communiques not materializing. Didn't materialize for us at the IMFC, but even
shirtless Gherk.
everybody agreed on the substance of the policy conclusions and recommendations. Everybody. And then we had one member that said, well, but you're saying something else there that I don't agree with. It is very, very early, in my view,
Larry just said you're only getting half
to
pay
go
today.
and buy
Whatever.
a coffin for globalization. Not that yet.
That's quite a statement. Minister Miliani, curious about your take and whether you find yourself in sort of an awkward position because of the close trade ties with China and proximity there, and then obviously the relationship with the U.S., and also as the chair of G20 in the developing nations there, how you sort of weave all of this together.
Well, all emerging country, developing country, or from developing country to become emerging country, they usually can achieve those level of progress because they were open. They are also integrated with the global economy. Yeah. So when Christine was in the IMF, I think telling about the globalization has reduced a lot of poverty, and that's why what we are aiming or the focus for many countries is how you are going to prepare the foundation of your economy, whether this is on a policy level, institutional level, as well as the practice of the business that need to be competitive so that you are going to be able to have this efficiency, productivity, and then improvement on the livelihood of the people. Now it's changed. The language is no longer about efficiency,
She's a former
but all
World Bank
on
director.
security, talking about reliability. So even I think we just heard from Chairman Powell that if that is at the cost of efficiency, be it maybe. Now, that's really maybe creating a huge impact for many developing country, emerging country. Today, in this case, enjoying this improvement as well as the progress in their economy and prosperity through globalization, through trade and investment.
For Indonesia.
And this is no longer become the instrument. Now for Indonesia, because we are big enough, the biggest in the ASEAN economy, and of course in terms of the trade partner, investment partner, United States, European, Japan, and China, they are all the biggest partner for Indonesia, of course. Within the ASEAN, we have, for example, with Singapore. So the choices is there. And we enjoy this because we know that the world following and implementing the global rule, even though it's not perfect. If you talk about WTO, there is here and there. But we know that there is a rule as a baseline in which we will play based on that. And that's exactly what holding all of us, the world together. Now, if a country can violating international rule, or in this case that we no longer trust this rule can secure or providing safety and security and certainty, then the world is actually resetting. It's totally different. And this is historical in a way, because the world enjoying huge progress in terms of prosperity. If you look at declining of the poverty rate, improvement in the human capital index, infrastructure development, they are all because we rely on this goodwill, trust, and building this rule for all countries in which then we can rely. I'm not saying it was proper. It is not.
No, it is not.
That is always like, but it served well, or at least it served all the member countries in this world to actually rely on those kind of mechanism. Now, I think it's shaky. And that is exactly maybe what is the highest risk for any country to design their own policy. What does it mean for Indonesia? Should we like self-sufficient in this case? For Indonesia, it could be because we are big, we have a lot of land, we have fertile land. So we do have like the food security, energy security, we have coal, we have oil, we have gas. But not all countries have this kind of luxury like us. And so should we not care about others? That is not really, I think, the right, morally not right, as well as from the interests of the global economy, it is not also right.
We're tight on time. We have 1 minute left, but I do want to hear really quickly from everyone, including you, Prime Minister Motley. I sometimes get the best answers as a journalist when I ask people what we're not paying attention to, what the media or the world is not focused on. So I'll ask you just very quickly, either an upside risk or a downside risk as it relates to the global economy, what we're not paying close enough attention to.
Much like your asshole,
what you would
your
flag.
opinion on politics is something I neither want to hear nor smell or see.
I'm saying that there's an absence of global coordinated political leadership. The G20 is not representative enough, and we don't have the political will. The problem is not with the people who you have in the studio for the most part. It's not the heads of the institutions. It's the absence of countries to act in a coordinated way that will relieve the pressure. We saw it in the pandemic. We're seeing it with too many other issues, and hopefully we can get the sense of urgency of the moment impressed on all of us globally, such that we can avert the worst.
Minister Miliani, what about you?
Well, I think as holding this presidency of G20, what is remarkable given this tension, all countries that we consulted, because G20 is based on a consensus, all countries that we consulted, they believe and they also want that the cooperation and collaboration and coordination, what Prime Minister Maya mentioned, is actually the one that they want this to be preserved, regardless differences. So amazingly, what we are thinking it's supposed to be safe and preserved, and what the reality that we are now facing is actually quite a big gap. So our responsibility holding this presidency is try to continue making this goodwill of collaboration and cooperation. Try to save a piece of the world's most important asset, that is coordination and collaboration.
Will Putin be at G20 in Bali this year?
Well, we invited, because inviting the head of state cannot be like, oh, tomorrow we are going to have a G20 and then they just send. We invited back then, and it's already now all the country in the G20 received the invitation. In terms of the arrangement of the meeting itself, just like what we have yesterday, it was not easy, but at the end they are all in the same room. But if you don't agree and you want to express this politically, like Christine, he walked out. So that's another expression of the politics. But it doesn't prevent us to talk about the substance, which is important, not only serving the G20, but also for the rest of the world. So it should be manageable and doable.
Chair Powell, what are we not paying enough attention to?
So I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, which is, we had this economy that was, very low inflation, very low unemployment everywhere in the world before the pandemic. Then the pandemic comes in and really knocks everything sideways. Then we have this remarkable, particularly in the United States, response, incredibly fast recovery, faster than anyone hoped. And then we have inflation. And so that's a lot right there. And then we have a war. And now we're realizing that COVID is still really with us. So what I'm thinking about is a couple things. One is, how is this? Are we going back? Probably not, to the old economy. What's the new one going to look like? The other thing, maybe more pertinent to your question, is in the middle of this is a labor market in the United States where people can get paid well. It's too hot. it's unsustainably hot, but notwithstanding that, it's a very, very good labor market for workers. And it's our job to get it into a better place where supply and demand are closer together. But I'd say that's how I'd respond.
In the upside category, risk, you're saying wages are good, people can get jobs.
I think there's a lot to like about the U.S. labor market, but I'd be the first to say, though, that it's not sustainably hot. But I do think with our tools, we can get supply and demand better aligned.
President Lagarde, what about you? What should we be paying more attention to?
You should pop that shirt off.
I think of two things. One is what I would call the green swan. We talk about black swans, and I agree with Jay that we've had one thing after the other hitting us.
She's
and
calling him
in
Jay?
the main, we've tried to respond as
this
as
is
well as
adding
we
more
could, and
credence
often
to
in a
the
very
theory
coordinated
that
fashion,
this
thanks to international
ascot
institutions
is there
like the
for
IMF.
other reasons.
But the green swan is something that terrifies me. When I think of what's happening in South Africa at the moment, the hundreds of people that are dying because of flood, and what's going to come next? Could it be Mother Nature that we are hurting so much that it retaliates against us? So that's one thing that is often on my mind. I think the next one is the madness of man, more than women, actually.
Always. Yeah. Madam MD.
Hold on, what is going on
not
here?
Paying sufficient attention to the law of unintended consequences.
This isn't a conspiracy
We
theory.
take decisions with an objective in mind, and
She just called him
rarely
Jay.
think through what may happen that is not our objective, and then
J-Mouse
we
Scarf
wrestle
Mommy romance arc.
with the impact of it. Take any decision that is a massive decision, like the decision that we need to spend to support the economy. At that time, we did recognize that may lead to too much money in circulation, too few goods, but didn't really quite think through the consequence in a way that upfront would have informed better what we do. And I subscribe entirely to what Christine said about climate shocks. We are already out of time. And the fact that whenever something hits us, we forget about this other crisis is incredibly troubling. The fact that we are, I'm sorry I'm going on here, but I'll finish in a second. We act sometimes like 8 years old playing soccer. Here is the ball, we are all at the ball, and we don't cover the rest of the field. Our ability to deal with more than one crisis at one time is very, very limited. And we have to zero in on the really big things that would determine the future and keep our attention on them. When the war started, my daughter calls me a week later and says, "Mom, what happened with the pandemic? It disappeared from media. We didn't pay any attention.
It's okay. The world's not over because I'm wearing a different fucking
We
hat.
have unintended consequences of actions, and we have insufficient attention to cover the whole field.
Well, we've covered a lot today in this discussion, so thank you all so much for your time and your candor and taking my questions. And thanks to everybody who tuned in as well. Have a great afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
That was, I don't want to call it exciting. It was interesting. That was trash. It didn't even move the markets. It might have stabilized them a little bit. Coming this summer, 50 Shades of Jay, the highest levels of romance, the highest levels of finance, one man, one scarf, one heart, Breaking timeless tale of love lost and love gained. bullish on J-Pow's relationships. Baba flirting with 8550 might fill the gap. Will AMD hold over 90? There's resistance at 88. X dead? Thoughts on X? It's like a 2-year play. I think the largest steel refinery in fucking the world right now is full of civilians and army personnel and having the shit bombed out of it. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on X. There's very few things that resist a market crash if the market's crashing. It's not sub 200 yet, but it's getting close. Looks like Facebook's moving to that 87 resistance. Rough day. GME's actually doing pretty well. Everything's big ouchie today. They're not shorting it that hard. People still complaining about getting timed out. Get over it or leave. Jesus Christ. When do you think BBY would go over 50? It's hard to say. It could hit 40 in the next OPEC cycle, but it might not. I love it. People buying a $20 stock. When's it going to be 50? Fucking ridiculous. GME's already fairly stabilized. Been trading around the same price point for a couple hours. If people ask when GME will be 7 figures, the BBY question seems kind of reasonable. It's gonna be either May or June, Slizzard. So any word on when Rad will be offered the hostile takeover? I'm not sure. The head of Spear Point or whatever the fuck they're called, said that they're immediately moving forward with a tender offering to the shareholders. I wouldn't expect it to take too long, because they're not going to want to let it stagnate for a long time, because more money will come into the stock expecting it, which will raise the price of the stock and raise the price at which people are willing to sell. You must refer to my love from here on out as J Plow. Yeah, it's not going to $69. BBY just bouncing between 1630 and 1650 forever? Probably not. If you got timed out, you said something stupid or political. You guys have been in here before. You know the rules. If you can't watch a meeting about economic policy without bringing your shitty politics into it, then you don't deserve to participate in the chat. It's very simple. God, I feel like a fucking kindergarten teacher some days. Oh, somehow I doubt that. Why is it always the pores? Please look at DE, deer farming. I know what they do. Not just farming equipment. Nice pullback entry. Ooh. I think you could pull back more. 408. Better target. do you think about $300 Netflix leaps? 2023 or 24? 2023, I don't know. It's awfully bullish. If I understand you correctly, you don't think BBY will run until OPEX due to their use of ETF creation to suppress its price. Yes. Also, it's run on the same schedule as GameStop for the last year and a half. What's up, actual dealer? Where's the short squeeze thesis stand at today? I've missed so much. I don't know if we're going to see a short squeeze, but if we do, it'll be because of the share recall due to the stock split. So closer than we've ever been to one, but still just riding cycles as far as we know at the moment. GameStop hasn't officially announced its stock split yet, so we're waiting on that. Yeah, I don't like Deere's business model, but they make money. Wind Moon Pickle Man. I demand answers. Don't worry, Gaff. Just make sure you DRS your 5 shares. When in doubt, zoom way the fuck out. Also, those FTDs are underwhelming, huh? Which on BBBY? Yeah. No, people that are current homeowners with low rates will lose their jobs and default, Mr. Poopy Pants. The red hot labor market isn't gonna stay that way. Should go July or October? Probably August. What changed for you? CNS. We found out what they were doing and how they were doing it. Infinite shares with basically no liability. Still a lot of money to be made. Yeah, there's a lot more fixed rate mortgages now, but on overpriced homes. So, different kind of bubble. It doesn't have to be the same as 08. No crash is the same as another. They happen for different reasons. They usually patch up the reasons the first crash happened. No, I'm still very bullish on GME. It sounds like crime, but it's not. That's the difference between crime and, you know, immorality. Nice. I did Gordon Ramsay, Beliterus, Wellington, Larabar. They're already pushing adjustable rate mortgages. CNS, same like unethical practice that is still totally legal, and we would definitely be doing it if we were in their shoes or had the option to. Yeah. I don't know if strippers have multiple houses. Maybe. I know some strippers that make a lot of fucking money. Oh yeah, a crash in commercial real estate is definitely more likely right now. I know that residential demand is still high. I don't think a market crash is like, or a housing market crash is like on the near term horizon, but I could see it happening in like 3 to 5 years. If you were averaging down AMD, would you go July, September, or Jan? I'm most confident in my January positions for AMD. But if I'm really close to the money, I don't mind July. Don't forget their earnings are still coming up. And while the market's super choppy, I don't think it's going straight down just yet. Is a VIX squeeze still on the table? Well, it ran pretty hard right around the Russia invasion when it got kind of caught in that like feedback loop where it kept shooting up every other day. I'm not sure how much short positions have normalized there. I would say that they're still extensive. And yes, the VIX could still probably squeeze. The definition of crime is whatever is being done has to be illegal. In this case, they're just using the system as intended. CNS is just a beautiful cog in a laughably efficient greed machine. Yeah. Yeah, you can have crashes in a market because prices are unsustainable, right? It doesn't have to just be because, you know, mortgages fail or there are defaults and, you know, asset-backed securities are failing. That's just what happened in '08. The housing market can fail for all kinds of other reasons. Just because you took your shirt off doesn't mean you can call yourself a stripper. I mean, people threw money at me for taking my shirt off, Fluffy, so I don't know about that. I bet you people would throw money at me right now to take my shirt off. No, I'm not doing it. Don't do that. Well, seriously, if you answer this earlier, why did my BBY CSVs not get assigned given my 1650 strike? Oh, I did answer you earlier. You're probably not far enough below. Also, it's not expiration, right? So getting assigned on like a weekday that's not Friday is usually pretty unlikely anyway, especially if you're not like multiple dollars in the money. You know, BBY closed yesterday at like 16 and change, right? So you're not going to get assigned on that. Even on a Friday, you probably wouldn't get assigned on that. If we closed Friday at 1550, you'll probably get assigned. How would you play a commercial real estate collapse? There's REITs and ETFs that track commercial real estate. You could short them. You could short mall companies. If CNS is so efficient, how does short squeezes ever happen? I mean, they don't. Name a short squeeze that's happened in the last 10 years. Go on. I don't even know what that question is supposed to mean, Victor. Is XYZ an actual company? No. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get assigned early on a covered call or a cash secured put. It's a little more likely to get assigned early on a covered call. But you've really got to be pretty deep in the money to get called away before expiration. The frosted tips and handlebar mustache. Thank you so much. Lose the tart, bud. I get a sign of my 520.23 puts for BBBY? Probably not. Not right now. Tesla wasn't a short squeeze. How do you like calls on Rad? That's what I moved to. Let's see if they propose the buyout agreement. If not, I'll just close them. But they're cheap as fuck. Piggly Wiggly Volkswagen were nowhere near this time. Herbalife wasn't a short squeeze. It was just a battle between two dickheads. And Tesla didn't short squeeze, nor did GameStop. That's part of the big theory, right? I mean, it's a fact. GameStop did not short squeeze. So no, and I said 10 years. How do you know if you're shadow banned? I don't know, honestly. I mean, you're just asking a question if I'd rather have more leverage in a cheaper stock. But all that matters there is the underlying stock, Victor, not the leverage on it. You know, if you have 1,000 shares of something that goes up 50 cents, or you have 100 shares of something that goes up $20. Frosted tips for Moana. I'm not frosting my tips hand. Why is everyone sad today? We haven't even fallen below 140.41. Do you think investors will eventually lock the GME float via DRS? No. So why not just cut them and buy new ones? When the price is stabilized to the downside, and Bugaton. I mean, don't get me wrong, with July's, you can probably carry them through the whole dip, but you don't have to do that. Did you hear how hard Ackerman got wrecked on Netflix? Yeah, I did. Is it worth it to load up on Amazon now before the intention of selling CC with the intention of selling CC's post split? My goal is to be able to sell 3 per week. Foolish? No, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that on Amazon and Google. I'm just selling cash secured puts and building up capital. They should continue to mostly climb after they start moving into the split date. And then I'll use that capital plus whatever extra to buy in. I mean, yeah, but has there been like a legitimate short squeeze since VW? There was the one on the ETN, but that had nothing to really do with shorts. No, GME in January was a FTD squeeze followed up with a Volgavana squeeze, or a volatility squeeze. Sad indicator, or I'll unsubscribe now. I'll see you later, man. Demand that you release Guybrush and frost your tips immediately. Gaff, I feel like you don't even actually have a job. You just sit and watch the stream all day until someone brings up CNS and poof, there you are. Like a CNS genie. Vote for the 20 to 1 split is May 25th, so probably good till June. Yeah. SST being weird again? Interesting. Huh. Very weird. That was a supply side squeeze. DWAC wasn't a fucking squeeze, it was a pump and dump. So did the CEO of Overstock. It's less about not having a job and more about not doing said job. Plus, someone has to sing CNS praises. Look how amazingly it works. I know. Spy to 436 tomorrow? I mean, they haven't announced a 50 basis point hike yet. But yeah, it would cause a correction. Would you hold GME puts through this week if they expired 429? I mean, you could sell the bottom and buy back the top. I don't know. I'm still looking to see if there's going to be another lower high. They started packing the dupes back in yesterday. If they start shorting, you know, we may not have a bounce. Yeah, it could if it gets delisted, Pog. I mean, that's already happening. Kind of huge. So yes. Many of the causes of inflation, supply, like the supply shocks and you know, the fact that demand is so high are self-correcting, right? Because, you know, if demand's super high and there's an issue with the supply, that's going to create, you know, eventually create a surplus. And then at the same time, you have, you know, inflation increasing, which is acting against the demand, driving demand even further down. When will the market rally again? Well, I don't know if it will. That's a big assumption. There's support at 37 and 35 that are both decent. This makes no sense with steel and oil. Both commodities are up and profits are huge, dropping hard. Could just be near-term sell-offs. The commodities will go up if the market goes down. I'll talk about over the next 5 years. I mean, historically, bear markets don't last a very long time. Have you ever tried any of the Pappy Van Winkles? Yeah, I've had a couple different bottles of it. I don't remember what they were called. They were good. I think my target of 35 is too far out of reach. It's risky, given on the last run it only ran to 28. What do you do to prevent losses overnight from long-term options? Stops don't help, right? I mean, no, but if you're buying long-term options, then if the next day your thesis remains intact, you shouldn't have to worry about it. You could hedge with weeklies overnight if you really want to play it super safe. Or you think there's going to be a massive drop in the near term. You can just straddle. They can go down with a crash too. Yeah. Everything kind of goes down in a crash. What's more important with a crash is what corrects to the upside first. Is becoming a zillionaire the only way to see your subscriber plays? I mean, you can watch all day and hear me talk about them, but the details of them are, yes, there. They're not subscriber plays. They're supposed to be learning opportunities. I highly doubt many of you are beyond the point of just paper trading. maybe 2-3% of the viewership should be trading real capital. But people don't like to learn the easy way. No, it's not. I checked. Gaff. TDA has a good paper trading system. TradingView has one too, but I don't think it has options. I mean, they're still fairly short-lived compared to the bull markets that follow. Is day trading profitable if you can scalp 5 to 10 cents with 2,000 starting? No. You'll lose that in fees. Reloading bipolar bear. I prefer to face check derivatives by jumping straight into full-size oil futures. Am I doing it right? Thoughts on far-dated wheat calls in the money? I think wheat is going to continue to go up. If you're happy with the profits you have, take them, right? That's your prerogative. Anytime you're satisfied with the money you've made on a trade, don't be greedy. Why be greedy? Why wait for external confirmation? If you've made the money that you plan on making on it, take that money. Capture those profits. What if you're never satisfied? Good question. How far out is the rad play? I don't know. It's undetermined, right? They implied that they're going to move forward rapidly with a tender offer to the shareholders. If that happens, the stock will likely rise to the tender offer price, as you can see on stocks like Activision or CERN. Do you have any thoughts on Neo? I'm not a huge fan of it or its stock. Wonder if they up the tender price? They might. I mean, they'll want to move quick because, you know, the knowledge, if anything leaks that they're moving forward with it, the price is going to drive up and then shareholders are going to want more money. Do you consider selling options for income trading? I mean, it is. Yes. It's more risk averse. Why are you holding your SST calls? Why the fuck not? They're worth $3. I don't give a shit what happens to them at this point. Why do I capture back my fucking $70? They were worthless after the drop already. And the drop happened overnight, so it wasn't like I was going to be able to sell them overnight. It doesn't seem like it's stopping. I mean, everything's falling massively today, but I would say about 32.50. Very, very strong resistance, about $1 down. Good opportunity to buy more. It's a long-term play. You shouldn't really give a shit what it does in the short term. Commodities and the market are dropping together right now, which is odd. Oh, I would not expect that trend to continue. They will diverge. There's FTDs due on SST basically every fucking day. A lot of them. Do you even watch TV? I rarely have time. I wouldn't say I have a current favorite show. Bob is starting to fill in that gap. Vic's moving up. Everything fucking blood red besides Tesla, and it's getting there. Except Cat. Cat's still doing fucking great, actually. Still well above 230. Jimmy's, I mean, doing better than most today. Do you have a rad play? Yeah, I bought some leaps. I might buy some more. It's interesting. I don't know how reliable it is though. If they make another tender offer to the shareholders, it'll likely drive the price up. They seem to be interested in buying it, so. BBBY is still good. I don't see a problem with it. It's still undervalued. God, the market sentiment in this chat is so visceral. Do you have an opinion on SoFi? I'm not a big fan. If you want to hold something for 10 years, gun it. Remember when you said you were confident in the 150, 250 cc's? I do. Juice for our Halton to close? That's not happening. Why are people all sad with a red day? It's like they haven't been invested in a stock with idiosyncratic risk that regulators are working to prevent its inevitable squeezing. Red days are great for the sellers of options or the buyers of puts. What happened to SST to ruin the trade? What lesson did you take from it? I didn't really take a lesson from it. I made money on it. I reinvested some of the money I made on it in order to capture future gains. I mean, the SEC moved forward with the liquidation earlier than expected, but that was always on the table. Like, everyone knew that was a risk. It was just that no one knew when it would happen. Yeah, I saw the Yahoo article on it also. I mean, RAD is so cheap right now that it's might as well, right? Pick up some leaps. If nothing happens in the next quarter, ditch them. What were you saying about BBY and FTDs for tomorrow? They're high tomorrow. Higher. We'll see. Remember, it still takes outside pressure to cause a spike in price. And they're even higher next Monday, so tomorrow probably won't lead to anything impressive. Especially if the market's dropping. How do you feel about Shopify? I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's going to keep going down. Any thoughts on a price target for Spot? No, I don't think they're doing well. I think it's not going to get much better anytime soon. Price levels you looking at for GME next week? And we could keep dropping. We have room down to the downside. I have no idea what's going to happen fucking next week. If the market starts to correct to the downside hard, they'll probably use that as an opportunity to start shorting the stock. Heavily. Yeah, Rite Aid. It's an interesting play, but it's definitely high risk and uncertain reward. Yeah, we should be looking for a lower low. But I don't know. I mean, we can stabilize higher, which is bullish. Why buy leaps? Because if it doesn't happen, they'll be worth as much as I bought them for the most part. Thanks, Kyle. CSPs are risky on a downtrend, which we're on, right? So be careful of that. After larger down days market-wide, will the market generally continue down the next day or rebound a bit or recover? Depends. Usually you'll see a bit of a rebound, but not always. FTDs could cause a minor improvement in price, pop them off, but probably not a crazy one. And even if they do, it'll get pushed back down again, right? You're not the only one, Olga. Yeah, I mean, since earnings, it hasn't been trading in the same channel. I'm bearish on tomorrow, bounce next week. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think this will continue another day. Yeah, if you overlay the crash, they look similar. We were talking about that like earlier this week, last week. If you go out to the SPY and look at the daily, like this rally, this like descending channel breakout into a rally. I don't know what happened to my upper line here, but like this is something that preceded the market crash in 08 also. Several market crashes. You see this but it happens at other times and doesn't necessarily lead to a crash, right? Like we see these dips and rallies. So this could simply, come down and then rally again. Just because something looks like something else that happened doesn't mean that's what's going to happen again. And this is a very different set of conditions. And the Fed is also very focused on ensuring, or trying to ensure a soft landing without shaking up the markets too hard. If you were to set a limit buy for if you felt like buying more GME, I mean, I'm not buying GME over $100 at this point. But that's based on your own cost basis. Mine's lower. I've looked at Shopify a bunch. I know they don't have a lot of liabilities and they have a lot of cash on hand, but their turnaround doesn't necessarily need to be quick. Yeah, if we go sub 100 again, I'm loading up on CSBs and crossing my fingers. What would you do if you had access to NASDAQ's highest tier market data? What would you trade? The market? SPY, probably. Here's my Shopify thesis. Who here uses Shopify? I wonder if it's profitable to wield a SPY. It is, but it's risky. It's doing a thing again. My $8 calls are ready. Let's go volatility. See? I said this was interesting. How is the market fair and efficient? There is no promise of fairness in the market. It's capitalism. It's inherently unfair. Why do people think that the markets are fair or they're supposed to be fair? No one's out there ensuring fairness in the market. Yeah, I know about Rad. It's doing stuff. Fox News told me fair and balanced. Is this not applicable? No. That's BlackRock speak. No, it's not. It's the truth. Yeah, this isn't enough. I like it, though. I like what's going on here. Weird shit. Makes you want to dig into it more. Do you just love when CNS ends? People get attached to the concept of a free market leading to price discovery. The efficient market hypothesis is bullshit. Complete bullshit, with the exception of like massive blue chips, and even then, look at Netflix. Anti-pasta time. Good idea to buy Jamie calls around 130, 135. Ride back up to 140, 150-ish. That's the big brain play, yes. Let's make sure we're bouncing. Like, we want to see that bump in delta neutral. We want to see gamma neutral rise up. We want to see that call interest. Otherwise, we can keep going down, right? Just because they haven't really started shorting us yet doesn't mean they're not going to start shorting us. Right? So while our expectation is here, you know, if overall market sentiment droops and longs are more cautious about throwing money into something, we can see the longs pull back, right? And if the longs pull back, that gives the shorts essentially risk-free opportunity to slam the price, in which case they likely will. Which means instead of getting a lower low and bouncing, right, because these bounces are due to long interest, we just get lower lows. So watching that early morning gamma neutral, delta neutral report, very important right now. These are Renko blocks. They just help you see trends. They cut out a lot of noise. And they ignore time scale, which is important for Wyckoff because it's price analysis. I don't want to have to explain this shit to Stefan, so don't talk about it too much, right? Fuck. Son of a bitch. You don't use Renko? Gaff? Not even on long-term trends? Don't you love the GameStop yearly on the Renko? It looks so much more bullish. Makes everything look nice. I like it. For everyone that comes from Superstock, just know that Citadel LLC has 35 billion US dollars. They can always suppress the price. More than that, they have $400 billion in assets under management, and that's leveraged. Yeah, well, Renko is just a more extreme version of Henkin Ashi, right? Essentially. Same, more smoothing. Actually, I feel like Renko would be pretty accurate on BTC because of the high volume. Yeah, time v price. But BTC follows price analysis pretty accurately because of the like subjective psychology of the market, right? Spearpoint doing a presentation on April 28th to go through their rad buyout proposals. I told you they'd move fast. Dope. The chart frozen? I don't think so. Oh, it was. My bad. You want to see Jamie Yearly on Renko? Sure. Right? It looks bullish. Like an ascending triangle. Just a one big ascending triangle. Looks like McDonald's. I'm loving it. Renko equals stock anti-aliasing. Yeah, that's a good... Ooh. My friend's trying to get me to buy an apartment building. Seems like a shitty deal. I don't want to be a landlord. Kirk landlord arc? It's not happening. Even with the property management companies take too much money. It's a shit deal. I've looked into it before. I'll just buy more O. I don't give a fuck about owning property. He's trying to get all our friends together to buy a fucking, yeah, repair bills are ridiculous. He's trying to get all our friends together to buy a fucking like shitty apartment building on the Upper West Side, and I don't want any part of it. The remodeling alone's more than the fucking cost of the building. That makes sense. I mean, I prefer Hankanashi candles also. I like to, mostly because, well, on equities, I like to have the volatility data. I don't like that getting smoothed out. I don't know, it's like 2 blocks over from like Central Park West. I think Amsterdam. Who's Jared Kushner? So thankful SS predicted this movement accurately, unlike your useless technical analysis. I know. What's up with Hank and Ashi? Why is it better than normal ones? So the Japanese candlestick patterns all have inherent smoothing effects that make trend patterns and volume patterns easier to analyze. That's all. The same information available in Hank and Ashi candles or Renko is also available in your standard candlesticks. It's just displayed differently. I'm not moving. What's the other one? Kagi? I never use that. That one's just weird. It just looks like someone scribbled all over the fucking chart. Like this bullshit. Why won't you tell me why oil stocks are crashing? Everything's down today. Just everything is down today. It is real. It's just weird. I know people who use it. I don't know what it does. It's espresso with an S. And yes, it's worth the hype. It's way better in every single way. Drip coffee is garbage. You'll never drink drip coffee again if you have some good espresso. Oh, god damn it. Not. You're a troglodyte, truth state. People are afraid of the market. Let me tell you about a stock that has resisted this downtrend and has a widely acclaimed omni-channel marketing business. Oh man. Is omni-channel same like pyramid? Espresso? Yeah, matcha has a shitload of caffeine in it. It makes me like jittery though. Crack greater than Coke equals espresso greater than drip. How many people in here really don't know how to spell espresso? Just drink more shots, Yaga. It's simple. Four shots of espresso is still smaller than a cup of drip coffee and has more caffeine. No, Nespresso is gross. I don't like those things. And the machines just like after like a month they completely suck. AMD sub 90 looks that way. Going for that 88, which is out here on the weekly. And it's the low end of this channel right here. Remember, downtrends always break up eventually. Docu puts yet? I just don't have faith that it's going to drop down to the previous levels. Like I don't think this is going to fall back down into the 70s. It could, but it may not. And that would suck. I think tomorrow's going to be kind of a shitty day too. And then Monday we might turn around a little bit. Or it's just done, right? Unfortunately, we have to trade with the mindset that there's a market crash on the table at all times. But my VIX positions are printing, and this is why you hedge. Scanner turn up anything new? It doesn't really turn up a lot during downshifts. Because it's scanning for things that are moving against the rest of their sector. And if the whole sector is red, everything just looks shitty. Right? And puts are piling in everywhere. So it's too much noise. We're trying to work on ways to filter that out, but when everyone flips bearish, then the signals are hard to come by. We get them, but they don't look good. Like, we got one yesterday that didn't look good. What was it on? I can't remember. It was some, like, shit stock. I'm not really concerned with it. That's the other thing, is a lot of, like, that specific manipulation that we're looking for occurs on, like, garbage penny stocks. And there's definitely still fine-tuning that needs to be done. Because if we look at the 3 hits, the three ones that I've really looked into, one was early, one was late. Spurt was early also, but we expected it to be early. Or not Spurt, Docu. Docu was early, but we expected it to be early, right? So I still want to get it to a point where it signals at the dip, or like right before the dip, not days before the dip. Because we had to watch Docu for weeks before the turnaround. Are you selling all or some of your VIX position during this week or next? I mean, anytime my VIX position shoots up, I generally try to start backing out of it. Honestly, it's been my most reliable trade over the last year and a half. Especially over the last 8 months. It's like 100% of my positions, my hedge positions have printed. It's just 5 to 10% of my port. I buy like 0.9 calls, AJ. And they're at least 6 months out. I buy them further out if the market's like in a bullish trend. Like at the beginning of last year, I was buying them really far out. And then I've started tightening them up more because these bull bear cycles in the market are more frequent now. Docu is a great long. I agree. If I wanted to pick up another long position, I would look into it. Especially if it's below 80. I mean, the company makes a shitload of money. I have 1 milligram children's melatonins, and they will knock me out for like 14 hours. I don't know who's giving their children melatonin, but yeah, when things are looking bullish, I sell short-term calls. But with SLD, a lot of the corrections in the market are pretty easy to time, so you know roughly when you're going to start to see a lot more downside. Docu won't survive a recession. I don't know about that. I know you hate them, Popcorn Trader, but not sure. Are people going to go back to using fax machines and FedEx? Holy shit. That's kind of interesting. Hmm. Hey, look, we stabilized at 140.41. I mean, they're trying to do virtual notarization. I think they're working with like several states on getting permissions to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty bullish on Docu long term. But near term, we just know that there's slightly overextended short positions on it. Probably big ones. The like 3 or 4 times that I've been actually like late to the stream has all been because I've taken melatonin the night before. Have you ever mixed condensed milk with... I don't really like sweet drinks. Like, very, very rarely. Any advice on how to get girls? Don't be a prick. Be forthright and nice. No, not melatonin. See, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, the use cases for Docu, if they can get over the current legal hurdles, are insane. Lots of calls coming in, I know. I already have the options chain open. I bought October 10s. I bought January 8s. I don't think it's gonna go above whatever the tender offer price is, unless the short positions are that massive. Every morning I have 6 shots of X-Stuffin with 4 ice cubes. It's like a stronger Americano. Massive caffeine consumption can be a sign of ADHD. Or like a warning signal. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then. I don't really have dreams. Not very often. If I do, they all involve the market and panic. Do you think Netflix is oversold? Isn't it already bouncing? I think it'll bounce like decently in the next couple days. I do think these prices are a bit low. Even if their growth expectations are dwindling. Did you buy it due to the high OI? Yeah. The liquidity, also, it's like right at the money. I can tell who like bought X when it was at 32.50 and who bought X at like 37. I want you guys to know that based on your comments, I know who did what, and I'm judging you. No, no confirmation of a reversal. Generally not, Taz. You can DM me though if you want. Just because I might have missed. Any thoughts on costs situation wise? Cost is a weird situation. Yes, it's super illiquid. Yes, it has short positions, but the insiders, the family that owns the company, has a massive number of shares, and anytime it squeezes, they simply sell shares. So the squeezes on it are defeated very, very quickly. If only I had a cost share for every time you had to explain that. Cost doesn't have options. Otherwise, it'd be a lot more interesting. Even if it did have options with its illiquidity and its float, likely market makers wouldn't want to make a market for it, like DDS. Is following the large OI near the money? The OI wasn't that high when I bought it. How high is it now? It wasn't like crazy. I mean, it's still not that crazy. This doesn't even look institutional. Institutions probably aren't even buying that far out. This looks institutional. I actually don't like aligning myself with institutional money, or if I see large, obviously institutional interest in a specific strike, I'll try to go lower. So I'm not the rug pull E, but the rug puller. This is my payment to become a Cornichon. That's not how that works, Bipolar Bear, but thank you. I'll play you the song.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Tesla, thoughts for tomorrow? It's kind of unpredictable in this range. I want to say it bounced off 994 and is going to come back up, but we'll have to see what sort of crazy shit it does overnight. Tesla trades a lot overnight and in wide ranges. Just casually selling 100K in Google calls? Okay, cool. Gotcha. Gotcha, Spider. That's on SNA. Tool manufacturer. Compelling breakout. Super fucking illiquid options chain. It's not so bad. It's interesting. Don't know why they're shooting up like that. Small float. Snap-on makes kind of shit tools, but people like to overpay for them. Yeah, I know who they are. Did it work this time? I'll play the song again. You're supposed to do it through YouTube, Polar Bear, which I'm sure you know. Did you know that HD owns Ryobi? I didn't. I would say it used to be Craftsman. I don't know who does now. Apparently, the removal of the mask mandate is encouraging more people to travel. Although I just assumed they didn't wear their masks and traveled anyway. So it seems like a bullshit run on the whole sector. Yeah, the settings are in place. Sorry for whoever's eardrums I blew out. See you tonight, so I can rip on you for being bad at TFT or Elden Ring. Yeah, I might stream after. I don't know if I'm gonna stream TFT. Maybe Elden Ring for a little while. Yeah. Snap's doing things I wanted to do, especially over $30. Where's the value in it? I don't understand. It's dope. You're just not cool. That's all that means. I also don't use Snapchat nor understand the value in it, truly. But it is Snapchat. Yeah, I know. I'm awesome. Blood red market. Bullish Snapchat. All right, so a little bit of a wrap up for the end of the day here. So we saw the FTD spike this morning, like we were expecting to. Saw a solid push down with the market over the course of the day. Testing that 140.41 resistance and seeing a nice little bounce into close. This can continue tomorrow. This downward drift may not necessarily be over. Our previous low was 137. Our expectation should be a new low. Can we stabilize at this price point and come back up? Yes. We'll be looking for an increase in gamma or delta neutral, providing information that the longs are still showing interest at these price points. If they're not, then, you know, we're probably going to slip a little lower. Remember, we have supports at 132 and 126. As well, want this Cornichon you speak of? It's all yours. Thank you so much, Puts on Kenny. And so that's what I'll be looking for over the next coming days. Also, tomorrow, Max Payne up around 148-ish, right around where gamma neutral is, which is technically the more relevant indicator. Over here, we can see how that's probably going to play out on the Wyckoff chart if we look down here on the 1 hour. So we'll be looking for a lower low in this range here, right around 136, with big supports at 132.27 and 126.70. A breakdown below this support will likely indicate this LPS will likely indicate a return to accumulation, which is kind of what we expect in between our price cycles. Obviously not ideal, but would be good in the accumulation of obligations for the next OPEX period. So that's it. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.